And let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, welcoming you to another First Look. And First Look series is where we take a look at a brand new game, or maybe it's an old game that I just never got a chance to look at. In some cases, it's even a game I've owned for a long time, and I've just never actually gotten down to looking at it. Now, this is kind of a cheat, because today we're going to be covering 13th Age 2nd Edition. This is an updated addition to the, I think, very important RPG. We'll talk a little bit about the history of 13th Age and why I think it's a really important RPG, even in today's environment. Even in a world of Daggerheart and all these other things, I think 13th Age is still a very important game. And as a result, when I think last year or earlier last year, they finally did a Kickstarter for a second edition of 13th Age. I obviously excitedly signed up for it, and it finally released not that long ago, a couple weeks ago. Of course, we've been busy. We've been at PAX. We've been at Gen Con, so haven't had as much of a quick chance to get this onto the docket, but here we are tonight to take a look at it. Now, the reason I say it's kind of a cheat is because I am extremely familiar with 13th Age, now 13th Age 1st Edition. I ran several complete campaigns, 1 to 10, in 13th Age, so I am very familiar with the game system. As a result, calling it a first look is a little bit of a misnomer because it is my understanding that the game itself was not fundamentally reconstructed. This isn't like a D&D 4th edition to D&D 5th edition or Pathfinder 1st edition to a Pathfinder 2nd edition, or a Legend of the Five Rings 4th edition to a Legend of the Five Rings 5th edition situation. No, this is more of a revision and an update, and quite honestly, it's probably just an opportunity to try to get the book back into print. Because, the original, I'm trying to find it, the original 13th Age actually came out quite a while ago. I actually don't know where my 13th Age book is. Let's find it. Here it is. So this was the original 13th Age book, and it came out in, my name is in here somewhere, for supporting it back when it was originally being constructed. It was originally created 2013. So this book, 13th Age, predates 5th edition, actually.
Thaddeus tipped $75.
Oh, shit, son.
Have fun on the Vegas trip. Is this enough to jump right to the front of the line?
Of course it is. That's how we work around here, Thad. I don't have a job. I need these tips, son. Thad, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. We'll definitely do a live stream from Vegas. Although, to be clear, Thad, I don't think you want me to do a rain first look from Vegas. It might not be very effective. So we'll do a bonus stream in Vegas, probably Thursday and or Friday, and then when we come back, we'll hop rain to the front of the line. Because it wasn't getting the votes, Thad. But you know what? Money talks, baby. Money talks. Look, I will let you know when I can be bought and when I can't be bought. Now, do I think doing a first look for a game I have absolutely never even remotely heard of or done, do I feel like that's compromising my principles? No. So will I take $75 in order to be bribed in such a fashion? Yes. But thank you, Thaddeus, so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. Look, $75 is $75. I needed it. Yeah. What's the saying from Sharp? Money talks, merit walks. So there we go. We'll get rain up once I get back. Obviously, I've been super busy lately, not just with all the travel, but then as soon as I got back, we had Dragon Tide launch this week. Believe it or not, well, last week technically. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, thank you. We had Dragon Tide launch last week, so we've been overwhelmed. Is best in a good way by the success of that. Bob and I discussed it initially that we thought we were only going to get about 15 to 20 players. Our hope was that we would have enough for maybe about 4 or 5, groups that maybe played, each person played maybe once a week with like 4 or 5 GMs. and enough to just keep, maybe not a game a day, but a game every other day or something like that. 4 or 5 games a week. Instead, I believe there are like 62 people signed up for Dragontide, which if all of those people became active, would technically make it, I think, have a larger active base than our Northern Reaches game, which is surprising to say the least. So, obviously I'm really proud of Bob for putting this together. He picked up the torch after I dropped it, and fumbled the bag. So I made sure to give Bob a nice little financial bonus for putting together such an incredible, for getting this game across the finish line. I had a lot of crazy ideas, and Bob was able to take them and put them together. It's a beta. It's a work in progress. We're still making fixes. But the response so far has been really, really amazing. So I'm excited for it. And, and I'm not going to toot my own horn here, but I do think that my town system has been pretty successful so far. So I will say that. But I mean, obviously the GMs are running great games, and the islands are really cool, and I think people are really excited. So Levy, we have had one problem with, now to be clear, this is on a different Forge server than our Northern Reaches game. So the answer is probably yes, but no. And the reason I say that is because Forge has been just completely horrible lately. We haven't had too many problems with Dragontide, but it remains to be seen. Cal conforming us that Foundry is struggling. There you go. So, Foundry is struggling. Forge is struggling, I suppose, is probably the better option. Unfortunately, it does look like I am going to have to learn how to... I am going to learn... we're going to have to do something where I'm going to have to either work with Stephen Glicker from Roll for Combat or do our own sort of AWS deployment so that we can have servers for people. This is supposed to be a premium option for a premium package for our patrons. And the level of service has just been terrible. There's no real solution in sight. And quite frankly, if I'm spending $250 a month on Forge access, which I am, I could go around and I could spin up monstrous EC2 instances. And I could almost give every single zone or every single game its own dedicated box with 8 gigs or 16 gigs of RAM. So have it static, use elastic IP, keep it up permanently, run it 24 hours, not ever have a box go down. So anyways, point is, if I'm spending all this money, I should definitely get it. So, Kendall, it is a completely built up Foundry system that is an official Foundry system, which is to say it costs money because it's a premium system module. It's not a huge expense, but it was commissioned by the company, by Free League. To be clear, Keithor, I'm not talking about Foundry. As far as I could tell, Foundry is great, although I will say we didn't really start getting these problems until we upgraded to version 13 of Foundry. So take that for what it's worth. But this is a problem with the Forge. The Forge is a online platform that basically serves as a middleman with, there's some quality of life elements there. There's some UI elements. There's definitely some perks. But basically what it is it's just an online way for you to host. Yeah, okay, Forge, my bad, yeah. It is, if you are any sort of, network IT professional, who's ever done anything with like a Linux-based server or anything like that, I'm sure it is extremely secondhand. For someone like me, it's a little bit trickier because I don't do that stuff usually. I'm not a network engineer. Actually, as a matter of fact, the Foundry module developer who developed the Dragonbane Premium module, which is really, really good, it's my understanding that they are now a member of our Patreon and they are playing in our Dragontide game. So how about that? All right. So enough jibber jabber. If you guys have thoughts, comments, questions, I'd love to hear it in chat. I would love to see those super chats and tips. Really appreciate it. We didn't stream. We haven't been doing our Daggerheart streams lately, so the money's been down. No, I'm just kidding. James, welcome. I don't recognize your name, so I'm assuming that you're fairly new here. James, thank you so much for the $10 Australian. Appreciate you. I recently found your channel Cool. Thanks to a friend. Fantastic. I must have watched about 50 hours of your previous videos over the past few weeks. Oh, okay. So just a few weeks worth of videos. Anyways, you have clearly built a fantastic community. Keep it up, mate. Well, we will, James. I appreciate you. And yeah, James, I mean, we have, this is live stream number 200 and whatever, 50 or 60. I would say the average stream is 3 hours plus. So, you're looking at 750 to 800 hours of streaming of content, plus our 3 actual plays, which do not count in the live stream iteration. So we have 35 episodes of Rise of the Rune Lords, 12 or 13 episodes of Root, 12 or 13 episodes of Quest for the Frozen Flame, plus some miscellaneous extras. And of course, if you join the Patreon, we also have bonus videos and content there. So all in all, I would imagine we have somewhere in the neighborhood of I don't even know, 2,000. 354. Okay, never mind. So yeah, we're definitely probably pushing over 2,000, maybe 2,500 hours of content. So, so Act W. Thank you, by the way, for being a subscriber for 4 months. I actually just got Evan, the designer of Nimble, just sent me via the mail my own Nimble box set along with a PDF. I am really looking forward to digging into it. I've heard some really good things. It uses auto damage, which already really excites me, and I'm very interested in that. So it is definitely going to get into the queue, and I really want to look at it. All right. So again, if you have comments, questions, I'd love to hear it. But let's get into 13th Age, shall we? So I mentioned before that this is an important game. And as a note here, 13th Age, they decided to go with 2 separate books. I guess this is a new thing that people do these days. I don't know why, but the original 13th Age was one slightly thicker book. It's not like a huge book. It's not like PF2. It's 300 pages. But this book basically contained, the player stuff and the GM stuff. Not a ton of monsters. Some monsters, not a ton. They did release a bestiary eventually. With this second edition, they have divided the book up into 2 books. There is a Hero's Handbook, and then there is a Game Master's Guide. And to be honest with you, I'm totally okay with that because, honestly, I like having a Game Master's Guide. I'd rather have 2 thinner-ish books, along with one that is specifically only needed for the Game Master, rather than one super thick book. Okay, try bringing up the thing here. So why do I think that this is a really important book? Well, the real answer for why I think that this is an important book, why I think this is an important game, is 2 things. Number one is the authors, I should say, the lead authors. Now, Lee Moyer and Aaron McConnell are actually the artists. Rob Heinsoe and Jonathan Tweet are the principal authors. And the reason why that they are really important is because these are the 2 designers, the lead designers, of Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition and Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition. So Rob Heinsoe was one of, if not the primary architect of Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, and Jonathan Tweet was the lead designer, one of the lead designers, along with Monty Cook and Skip Williams, who designed Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition. At some point in the late 2020s or like late 2010s, so like or early 2010s, like 2012 or whatever, these 2 gentlemen got together. They obviously knew each other, and they basically created their own game. And I have described this game as 1/3 3rd edition, 1/3 4th edition D&D, and then 1/3 indie RPGs, narrative RPGs. Okay. And so this game actually, now, if you've been paying attention, you will know that traditionally we here at Knights of the Last Call consider 13th Age, we consider 3rd edition D&D to be one of the actually most simulationist versions of D&D. It uses a very, very, there's kind of a rule for everything. In 3rd edition D&D, you can look up the table for what's the hardness of paper? What's the hardness of wood? How many hit points per inch does wood have? How many hit points per foot does dirt have, et cetera, et cetera. Everything in 3rd edition is very simulationist. Monsters in 3rd edition are built exactly the same way as players. They have hit dice. They get a feat every 3 hit dice. Their hit die type, they have a base attack bonus, which scales with their hit dice. Everything in 3rd edition works on this very solid simulationist framework. There is honestly there is some gameism. There's, challenge rating and the like, but things like DCs are based off of the rank of the thing that you're trying to do. Just because you're high level doesn't mean that, that the DCs will be higher. It depends on, what it is. And of course, 3rd edition is known for having lots of tables for weather and what's the wind speed and what does that affect your, there's a stiff breeze. So thrown weapons get a -2 rank penalty or -2 attack penalty. Oh, but now it's a hard breeze, and now you get a -4 penalty with your thrown weapons and a -2 penalties with bow shot weapons. Siege weapons are unaffected. Okay, now we're in a gale. Normal ranged weapons are not possible of shooting, but siege weapons get a -4 penalty, right? So 3rd edition is very simulationist. Now, obviously, 4th edition is very gamist. It has, powers, abilities, encounter powers, right? At wills. It's designed around this kind of very gamist mindset. And then there's sort of indie narrative RPGs like Fate, which obviously really focus on the sort of narrative of the game. So what this means is from a GNS perspective, all right, especially the way Derek uses it, the way Knights of the Last Call uses it, not necessarily the way the Forge used it and Ron Edwards used it 25, 26 years ago. This game sits at the intersection of simulationism, gameism, and narrativism. And thus, this game is kind of still, I think, to this day, the ideal game to introduce your group, which may be very gamist, or very simulationist, or very narrativist, and move them more towards the other two. Slowly. Kind of a boiling the frog type situation. Now, I'm not saying that this game does those 3 things the best. I don't think it does. But what I am saying is it does them damn well. And I think this is a great game for introducing, say, very traditional D20, gamist people into more, narrative ideas and more narrative concepts. I think it's a good idea for taking a very simulationist heavy, PF1, 3rd edition, old school type game and moving them into more gamist ideas or more narrativist ideas. So this game, I think, is kind of the ideal gateway game to move your group's interests or, in a slightly different direction while keeping a lot of the same tropes that you're very comfortable with and very familiar with. So to that end, I think it's really, really important because in many ways, this is still the game I would recommend to people if they said, hey, my group has been playing PF2 or 5e for a long time. We want to get exposure to other games. Which game should we try? We want to play Daggerheart. Should we go play Daggerheart? Maybe not. I think Daggerheart is a big jump. It's a big leap. I think 13th Age is a much more manageable leap. I think Daggerheart is doable, but I do think Daggerheart is kind of diving into the deep end. This is the shallow end of the pool, and it's a way to get people comfortable. All right, so 13th Age, really important. Number 2, I see a lot of people talking about the art. It's not my favorite art. I'm not going to lie. They stuck with their artists from the 1st edition. There's sort of a nostalgia element to the art. It has kind of an old school, maybe like 90s vibe. It isn't the kind of, in my opinion, hyper sleek art that we're maybe used to. And that's okay. Art is very subjective, obviously. I think it's certainly well composed and there's a lot of action and it's dynamic. But it has a kind of 2nd edition, AD&D 2nd edition, in my opinion, maybe with a dash of 3rd edition vibe for sure. It's not like the kind of 5th edition, very modern style of RPGs. Daggerheart has that kind of almost, it's a very polished, almost, again, very hyper professional element here. So that is 13th Age. So we're going to get into it. So 13th Age does have a quote-unquote course setting, which is shown here in a map. I don't really use it. Not much. Okay, this is facing, but I don't need facing. I need book view. Thank you. I don't know. Now, again, I don't know what has been principally and predominantly changed here. Yes, it's very old school MTG art. Oh, wait. Yes. If you go back to like Jasper Miros and, Dan Frazier and, that Christopher Rush, it's very that style as well. Now, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with the Dragon Empire, and we definitely used elements of the Dragon Empire when we have played our 13th Age games. But predominantly, whenever we've played 13th Age, we've always kind of created our own world. And that's because one of the key things about 13th Age is this idea that the game is designed to be extremely generic. So I believe you mean Rebecca Guay, Guay, and that actually is my favorite Magic the Gathering artist. Yes, it is very Mediterranean coded, is kind of the way that I would say, Mediterranean flipped on its side, right? You kind of get, shades of the Mediterranean here in the middle. You kind of get shades of the Bosporus and the Black Sea up here to the northwest. So 13th Age is based around this idea that you have these 13 icons that represent, and this is the 13th Age. Every age ends in a great cataclysm. And the idea of the 13 icons is they are generic fantasy tropes that they really, I think, encourage you to, basically say, look, every fantasy game has one of these things, right? So let's put them in, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They did remove an icon. They removed... Which one did they remove? Emperor, the Archmage, Crusader, the Diabolist. They did remove the Orc Lord. Now, canonically died. He wasn't removed. Okay, so it's kind of important to note here. So this is still apparently taking place in the 13th Age. And so, icons can die. It's not like they're immortal. And since this isn't the 14th Age, we don't actually have to worry about that. Now, the reason I bring this up is because when my group first played 13th Age, we generated a different list of icons. There was an Emperor, but in our 13th Age, there wasn't a, I don't think that there was a Crusader, and the 3 wasn't the 3 at all. It was a giant white dragon called the Lady, and a female white dragon called the Lady. So when we did it, we had a icon called the Vradix, right, which was a sort of artificial intelligence, almost like a Skynet. So we kind of made up our own icons that we thought felt very tropey to fantasy. But the reason why that these are important is because the idea is that in 13th Age, your character is important and has a connection to the movers and shakers of the world. You're not just some random adventurer, right? You're actually connected into the world. And you do this through your icon relationships. So Obvious was in that 13th Age campaign and helped create it. We had a Lord of Chaos, basically a Cthulhu type icon as well. It doesn't really matter what they are or how they are. The most important thing is just that, the idea is that you are supposed to give this character life. You are supposed to, you can totally give them a name and you can totally, give them details. But the idea is that you want your characters to sort of be tied into the movers and shakers of the world. Now, I hope they improved on the icon system as well. It was a little clunky in the first edition, and to be quite honest, we kind of house ruled how the icons worked. I love the idea of the icons. I love that the characters were connected to those icons. I felt the system in first edition of like rolling the D6s was awkward. They are definitely not gods. They might be super powerful. They might be very mysterious, but they are most certainly not gods. All right. So let's go back. So in a way, as I was saying before, this book came out right before D&D 5th edition. And addition to that, the playtesting was, undergoing while D&D was being playtested. So there's a world where, in another world, where this could have been, this could have been 5th edition. Because in many ways, like I said, this is sort of a connection to 4th edition and to 3rd edition, while not completely ignoring them. So very cool, very cool. And then, of course, we have a long list of people who helped support it and backed it. And let's see. Math is hard. I don't even know if my name would be there. All right. And it's still written under the OGL and yada, 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 yada. Okay. So we've got an introduction to the game and the icons. We have an example of play. Now, again, we've kind of talked about this game before, but one of the things that's important to note about it is going to be extremely familiar to anybody who's played a D20 fantasy game before. It is going to be, D20, roll high, 6 stats versus a DC, right? So, there's a lot here that I think can make people very comfortable. Now, it is a 10-level game. I know some people, Vin, are very passionate about their games, but I think more and more and more you're going to see games going to 10 levels, because I'll say something this. You could always take 10 levels and slow it down. This game has these rules for advancements, and you could break your advancements up. If you want it to take 55 years for your character to reach max level, knock yourself out. But I just think that the world that we live in today, the era of these massive 20 levels in this economy just isn't something that we can really afford anymore. I think you're going to see more and more game developers are trying to design games that people can play, in 45 minutes to an hour, and have a quote unquote good session. So I did look up online, and a couple of things that got changed here particularly were the the fighter and the bard apparently got significant revamps. There is a new death save system, and there are more prominent narrative elements, particularly with streamlined icons. Martial characters do more damage at high levels. Spell damage scales quicker, and they changed up the default ability score array. Kin, formerly known as race, is more varied, offering more flexible choices for your ancestry. And there's been a cleanup in the overall rules. So it doesn't really seem like there's been a huge amount of changes, which, to be clear, I think we would expect. Generally, it seems like the monsters are designed to be harder hitting and more durable. And yeah. Now, I will say the other thing about 13th Age, which is really, really cool to me, which is really cool. Oh, these are all hyperlinked. That's good to know. One of the cool things that's cool about 13th Age is, and I've seen sort of people mentioning this in here, icons would suit the Theros setting, using them as the gods. Absolutely, James. You would be shocked at how many times there are in your favorite setting, 10 to 15 of something. Okay. For example, if you did the Theros gods, right? Instead of having there are a lot of these fucking playtesters. Holy shit. PDF's like struggling. By the way, again, I cannot stress this enough, folks. People, if Derek ever makes a PDF, by the way, I'm going to make a cool PDF that's 750 megabytes or however big these fucking things are these days, with 1 million embedded images that eat up 1 trillion megabytes of space and RAM on this monstrous computer, which can it can do video encoding in 20 minutes, but it can't open a PDF. But I'm going to create something that's going to be readable and usable. It's going to be shocking. People are going to be blown away by this. It's going to be incredible. hate the idea where they take this is not even a slide at Fire Opal and 13th Age. I hate where they just basically take their document that they've been working in probably InDesign or Affinity Publisher, right? Which has all of your it's your working document, right? And it's what they send to the publisher. It's what they send to the printer. And they basically, I'm assuming, just use that same design and they right click and hit export. So. And the reason, to quote Stephen Glicker when I told him this, he said it's because nobody wants to do design twice. So, anyways, you can see over here we have the icons, okay? Archmage, Crusader, Diabolist, okay? But so many of your fantasy things are going to be 10 to 15 of something. So, for example, someone mentioned Theros. Cool. Get rid of these icons. Fuck them. Do Theros and have 15 icons, okay? Have Heliod and Thassa and Erebos and Purphoros and Nylea and Aphara and Xenagos and Pharika and Iroas and Karametra and Atheros and blue, black, Keranos and whatever. Anyways, you could just have 15 icons, right? And yours could be the gods. And cool, now you've got Theros as a 13th Age setting. Someone mentioned Eberron. Fantastic. You know what you have in Eberron? You have your dragon marked houses. So instead of having the icons be people, have the icons be dragon marked houses or any number of things, right? So you can just take your favorite most favorite sort of setting, and usually it can convert pretty well. Nothing about this game actually requires these icons to be these icons. It's really, really cool that you can just take this if you take nothing else, take this concept and use it. And it's a great way to make your characters important in the game world. Now, it's going to be different than your traditional, RPG, because the characters are going to be a little bit more important. But if you were playing a very Greek-inspired, Theros-inspired MTG, game setting with the gods of Theros, the gods and goddesses of Theros, your characters are almost like demigods, right? They're important. They're characters who are known by the gods. Maybe your character is an illegitimate son of Thassa. Maybe your character, pissed off Keranos, or something like that. And same thing with Eberron. Maybe your character has a connection to House Caneth, or House Jarasco, or any of those other things, right? So I'm just trying to think of random dragon marked houses from Eberron. You could also do it for different countries in Eberron. I believe in Corvair, I think there are 13 countries or 12 countries. It's usually the baker's dozen thing. You could do it for Ravnica factions. Absolutely. Now, of course, there's 10 instead of 12 or whatever, but it doesn't matter. The number doesn't matter. What matters is, how many factions you have and how many things you have. And I think that's really cool. So this idea of using icons is really, really cool. And I think it worked really well in all of our games that we've played here, especially since, like I said, we often made up our own rules, or our own icons. Okay, so let's kind of go through the book. What if you could play a tabletop role-playing game with familiar rules and a familiar setting, but imaginative storytelling and dice rolling action were ramped up beyond what you're used to? That's 13th Age. The two of us were the lead designers of 2 editions of the Olds Worldist RPG. We did it for ourselves and gamers like us, not corporate shareholders. In a company with art director and painter Lee Moyer and a dozen other talented artists, a couple hundred playtesters, over 3,000 Kickstarters, and insightful gamers who have been painting and comedy for those days, we've created our second best work. Oh, I did forget that. I believe, I could be wrong here, I believe that a lot of the illustrations in this book by Lee Moyer are actually paintings. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're not as slick as some people are used to seeing. A lot of art you see today is digital art. It's made digitally. And I think that tends to have that sort of hyper slick modern style, which is why when people said it looks like old Magic the Gathering art, and that's because old Magic the Gathering art used to be physical media, right? That was then photographed or scanned to be put into the game, onto the cards. And of course, nowadays, all the art is just digital. Yeah, so there we'll get to the classes in a little bit, but in the original 13th Age, there is no Druid. The Druid did not come out until this book, which is called 13 True Ways. So my understanding is that they just kind of ran it back with the original classes. So 13th Age, and this gets back to what I was talking about trying to sort of serve two masters, tries to blend what sometimes are thought of as opposing gaming styles. Story. Game masters get a familiar feeling world designed to be customized for each campaign. Players get special rules, providing them with narrative authority that draws on their creativity. Crunch. Tabletop role-playing games also have a tactical element in which you make tricky decisions and hope for good dice rolls. 13th Age leans into the action by presenting players with battles where they have clear tactical decisions to make and dice rolls really matter, simplifying the ticky-tack rules for distance and movement. Each class plays differently, and each monster delivers its own special challenge. So you can see here that there's an element here where it sounds like, oh, that sounds a lot like what Daggerheart was trying to do. And to a certain extent, that is what Daggerheart is trying to do. We've described 13th Age as an F20 game. And you may notice that term gets used on the Knights of the Last Call Discord. That's Robin Law's term for a fantasy game that is based on rolling 20-sided dice. Less obviously, thanks to our integration of storytelling tech that we've adapted from indie gaming and storytelling games, we owe thanks to the relative youngsters such as Vincent Baker and John Harper. And of course, those names are not any strangers to our channel. Vincent Baker, of course, the author of Apocalypse World and Dogs in the Vineyard, and John Harper, the author of Blaze in the Dark. So, Chapter 1 gives us an example of play, which we'll mostly skip. Creating characters is Chapter 2. Chapter 3 gives us our information about our ancestries. Chapter 4, so very classically organized D&D thing, right? How do you create characters? Your race, your class. Then you pick your skills and your icons and your relationships. And then we have some rules about combat. And then we have an appendix with our character sheets. And that's it. That's all that's in the Hero's Handbook. All right? That's it. Beowulf. I thought F20 was a fantasy RPG that was clearly derivative of D&D. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the idea. But, I mean, to be fair, that's Robin Law's term, so. Now, the Game Master Guide has information for monsters and treasure, running the game, information about the Dragon Empire, and the like. Now, one of the things that's we'll see if it's true in second edition, but 13th Age is known for having a lot of author sidebars where they sort of pop in a sidebar and the author says, basically, this is the rule for the game, but we actually don't like it. You could use it if you want, but at my table, this is what we do. And so, there's this sort of, there's kind of a very personalized style to this game where the authors often come out and talk to you and basically say, here's a different way that you might want to rub the game as well. So we've talked about the icons. And again, these are just generic fantasy concepts that you can kind of mostly apply to any fantasy game. And people are going to understand that trope, right? Whether it's, kind of a Gandalf-like figure or a Fizban-like figure or, an Aslan-like figure. Actually, Great Gold Worm would be more of an Aslan-like figure. But the point is there's always this kind of like fantasy touchstone that almost everybody who's played any amount of fantasy games understands the Lich King. They understand the high priestess. They understand the dwarf king under the mountain, right? Everybody gets these sort of cultural fantasy touchstones. And this is like what the whole game is built around. Yeah, icons could work with Game of Thrones. Absolutely. You know, you could do the different houses, right? You could have House Stark, House Tully, House Lannister, House Baratheon, House Martell, House Tyrell, House Targaryen, House Aaron, right? So that's House Greyjoy. So that's 8, 9, 10 right there. All right. There are mechanics. That is one of the things that they've changed, so it'll be interesting to see how they changed it, Beowulf. Now, we have here an example of play, and I think we're going to skip that. So, although it does look like it's actually a really cool, because normally an example of play is sort of just like, you know, this really cringy kind of pseudo authorial fiction that's kind of bad. But this actually kind of looks like more like it's kind of basically taking you through how you create the game and how you sort of, or like how you make your choices. And it's got rules text in here, and it's helping you out and creating things along nature. So that's actually kind of cool. Like, for example, it talks about, you know, Jane is picking a character. She's, you know, is looking at the different race options, which one she wants to pick. And then she picks her one unique thing. Now, again, we'll kind of jump all over the place. This is again, 13th Age has a lot of concepts, which quite frankly are very stealable and very hackable. Icons is one thing, and your out or your one unique thing is another one. So the idea of the one unique thing is nothing radical or revolutionary. It's just the idea that as a character, the whole idea, I think one of the revolutionary ideas of 13th Age, if you want to call it that, is that your character is somebody special. Not only do they have some kind of connection, whether it be a positive connection or a negative connection or a neutral connection, but they have some kind of connection to the movers and shakers of this world. They are not just some faceless nobody, okay? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are a king or a queen. It just means they are a cut above. They are important. But in addition to that, your character has what is known as a one unique thing. And the basic idea of this is you are allowed, working with your GM, to pretty much come up with something that is unique to your character. And for all intents and purposes, that you are the only person in the world who has that ability or has that trait. So, for example, and again, it's your PCs. You can do whatever you want. In the last 13th Age campaign that we did, somebody played a Forgeborn. And a Forgeborn is like a Warforged from Eberron or 5th edition. I don't know where they are now. You know, it's an artificial being. The character was a paladin. And they basically said, I am the only Warforged, or I am the only Forgeborn capable of wielding divine power. Right? Like, Forgeborn have sentience, but none of them can touch the divine spark. It's like none of them are clerics, none of them are paladins. Now, I didn't decide that. The player decided that. And they worked with me, and I said, yeah, that's totally fine. And they got to decide that. And their character, for whatever reason, they themselves didn't fully understand it. Their character had this ability to channel divine power in a way that no one else, as established by the player, could. On the other hand, Gianna, her character, an elf druid named Rhea Sunshine, her one unique thing was she was the best chef in the world. She was the best chef in the land. She was the best cook in the world. That's what she wanted. That's what she got. So it doesn't, you know, for some people, it's a fun moment to like really create some really cool epic story about your character. For other people, it's kind of just like a fun little thing to add to your character. And you can kind of lean into it or out of it as much as you want. One of the most important things about it, though, is that, you know, it's not like my one unique thing is that I have a +10 to strength. Like, it's not, again, it's baby steps into this world of narrativism and letting your players sort of really take ownership of world creation, but through their character, right? A lot of players are very uncomfortable when it comes to sort of making narrative declarations that change the very fabric of the world. But they become a lot more comfortable in terms of first steps when you do it about their character, right? People might feel a little uncomfortable changing something about the world, but they tend to feel a lot more comfortable and safe when it's their character. And I think that's where 13th Age tends to lean. So anyways, so Jane's making a human paladin and has to come up with her one unique thing. She talks to the GM about what kind of pantheon that has. And the GM says she could pretty much make up whatever she likes, especially because deities are mostly in the background. Jane looks at the paladin section, gets some ideas, sees the phrase God touch, and gets an idea. Her paladin is the only person in this age who can hear the voice of a certain goddess who died ages ago. And that's her one unique thing. That's where she gets her divine power. Jane likes this idea because dead goddess is a wide open concept that she can develop. Her plan is to balance the familiar image of a human paladin with the weirdness of worshiping a dead goddess. Jane writes, I alone hear the voice of a goddess long dead in the spot for her one unique thing. All right. So again, it's this really cool idea and concept that really doesn't, it means everything and it means nothing. So anyways, so we'll go through the character stuff here. But again, it's actually a really good example of play because it's basically taking you through an example of making your character, really, is what it's about. It's not like that really cheesy, like, oh, okay, folks, make a check. And yeah, hey, look at this. We got a great looking, let's go to the book view again. Apparently this is made to be looked at as a book. So we've got here a 2-page spread showing your character sheet, landscape, the best scape, with cool little, elements pointing out all of the different parts of your character. So you can see here that we have, a name, a class, a kin, aka a race. We have 6 ability scores. They are strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, intelligence, and charisma. You have a score, and that score translates to exactly the modifier that you think it would. Your character has an armor class. However, like 4th edition, instead of having a fortitude save or a strength save or a constitution save, instead you have all of your quote unquote saves are defenses. In other words, the enemy just rolls to hit them. So most attacks are going to attack your armor class, but certain attacks like a poisonous cloud or a disease might attack your character's physical defense. If you're trying to be tripped or grappled, it will attack your physical defense. And then we also have mental defense. So instead of a will save, or an intelligence saving throw or a charisma saving throw, we have mental defense. So again, when a character, is being mentally assaulted, or they're being made to be frightened, or they're being made to be deceived, you're going to be quote unquote attacked via your mental defense. So, and of course, 4th edition had 3 of these. They were called NADs, non-armor class defenses, and you had 3 of them: fort, reflex, thing. And this one, they just boil it down to 2: physical and mental. Okay, you have a basic attack, a weapon, +5 to hit. It does 9 damage average. You do 1d8 plus 4 damage with your hit. In this game, when you miss, you do a little bit of damage. It depends on what character class you are. Some character classes do miss damage with their melee attacks. Some do it with their ranged attacks. Now, it's not a lot of damage. In fact, I personally think it's too low, but it's just me. Doesn't look like they changed that in this edition. You have hit points. When you reach, so you have a half value, which in 4th edition would have been called bloodied. In this game, it's called staggered. It doesn't itself mean anything, but certain games text will work differently if your character is staggered or not. You die at negative, you're staggered. Like 4th edition or 5th edition, you have a number of hit dice or recoveries, which you can use to recover hit points throughout the course of the day. and this is represented by the maximum number of recoveries that you have, and you have a certain amount that you heal, which is dependent upon your character's constitution and what class they are. In this case, we have a paladin, and so they roll d10 plus 3 because their constitution modifier is 3. We get, now this is where classes come in and they're a little bit different, but we have talents, which in this case are tied to our character class. These are basically like feats or class abilities. They just work and they just do what they do. The paladin, as I recall, was a easier class that didn't have a whole lot of moving parts. You got some pretty cool talents that gave you some bonuses and some smiting, and that was about it. But talents basically work like, they are kind of like feats. It depends on what class you are, whether you get talents or not. Now, backgrounds. This game, we've talked a lot about this in Daggerheart videos. This game does not have a skill list. Everything in this game will be one of the 6 when the GM asks you, or if you want to make, if you're doing something, and the GM will say, cool, make a strength check, make a dexterity check, make a wisdom check, make a charisma check. Everything in this game that the GM does will be one of the 6 checks: strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, intelligence, and charisma. And they'll have a DC from a table that they, can look up or just pull out of their ass. However, your character has multiple backgrounds. You get more of them as you continue to play the game. These backgrounds function like a very descriptive skill set. And it's up to you as the player to describe to the group why your background of being a former Shadowport, that's the name of a city, street urchin, which gives as a +5 bonus, might apply to this dexterity check to sneak in. On the other hand, if your character is trying to say, now this does open us up, as all narrative elements do, to weaseling, right? And a weaseling is when a character creates a background that's like, my background is awesome adventurer, +7. And you're like, oh yeah, I totally get to do that because I'm an awesome adventurer. Okay, that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is where somebody tries to explain why their background applies to everything, right? Well, you see, because I'm a prophet of a dead goddess, she gives me the strength I need in order to be able to lift this gate. So that's why I'm getting a +3 bonus to this strength modifier, to this strength check. Well, you see, because I'm the prophet of a dead goddess, she sends me visions, prophetic visions, including the vision of that arrow or that fireball about to hit us. So that's why I get my prophet of a dead goddess bonus to this dexterity save to jump out of the way of this trap. You see, because I'm a prophet of a dead goddess, I have spent countless hours in study to look up. Okay, right, you get the point. So both of those are weaseling, and it is unfortunately, quote unquote, the cost of doing something like this. Now, I love this system, and keep in mind this system now is 12 years old, and I'm sure they made some quick. They made some updates. And as the great Torchbearer game says, don't be a weasel. It's what is it? It's ineffective at best, and it's pathetic at worst. Okay. So as with all things, sometimes I often amaze myself at how bent over backwards RPGs will be in order to basically avoid the problem of just don't play with dicks. However, I am going to say that fundamentally, I think Daggerheart did this better. And the reason why I think Daggerheart does it better is because in Daggerheart, it costs this meta currency of hope in order to, quote, tag a experience. This is almost exactly the same thing as the Daggerheart concept of experience. And I just like the Daggerheart experience system better. So, yeah. Now, that is true, Monocle. I mean, you may not be a weasel. We might see things differently. That is very true. Levy, you do gain backgrounds as you level with experiences, and this is an extremely minor point, but if you go back to my Daggerheart videos, when I was like reading them, I went, oh, these are just like backgrounds from 13th Age, and I said, but I do like that you have to spend a meta currency, because in that way it works a lot like Fate, right, where in order to use your aspect in Fate to get a bonus to a skill, you have to have the Fate points. Now, that may bother some people, and the reason why that may bother some people is in Fate and in Daggerheart is because you may say, wait a second, so my character is a skilled pilot. And I'm like, yes, your aspect in Fate is skilled pilot. Or in Daggerheart, we're playing a sci-fi Daggerheart apparently, your character has an experience of skilled pilot. And you're like, so I'm flying a plane. And you're like, right. And you're like, and you're saying I don't get a bonus to the check because I don't have any Fate points or because I don't have any hope. For some people, the whole game falls apart at that moment. Okay, that's fair. I don't agree with you, but I definitely respect that your need for the simulationism and for the consistency of the application of that. Okay. And that's why Fate isn't for everybody. However, there is a second thing that Daggerheart does, which is by calling them experiences, I think it makes a lot more sense why you gain more of them as you go through the game, as opposed to, gaining more backgrounds. Beowulf, a GM is not compelled to take a compel, though. So, no. Also, you're saying, like, in order to be able to fly a plane, I have to also have, I don't know, my wife want to divorce me or something like that. Anyways, point is, obviously, I like narrativism, and this is an element of narrativism, right? And certainly Daggerheart and Fate are hard-coded into that narrativism. So this game avoids that problem, right? Because if you have a super hardcore simulationist player, they probably would have a real big problem with hope to be able to use your experience from Daggerheart or a Fate point to use an aspect. But at least in this game, if your background applies, you can always apply it. So again, this is why I call it baby's first steps into the game. All right. Lastly, we can see that you have features, powers, and spells. This is kind of where we get into the 4th edition element of the game. Now, instead of calling them at-wills and encounters and dailies, they call them at-wills, per battle, and per arc. And this is actually a change in naming and nomenclature, and I love it. So we'll get to that when we get there. I disagree with you, Beowulf. But that's nothing new. I don't think the GM is obligated to take your self-compel every time you simply want a Fate point. Right? Because by your definition, a player could just be self-compelling all the time, so that they always have Fate points. And yeah, I find that to be more weaseling than anything else. Surprise, surprise, indeed. Yes, changing from day to arc is great. Great, GM Scott. I you know what? I never treated day as day either. So yeah, we are on the same boat there. So lastly, we get to icon relationships. Now this is where they have apparently changed some of the elements of the game. Originally, the way that this worked is before the session, which was weird, but like, not like beforehand. I mean, like when you got to the session and you sat down to play for the day, you were supposed to roll a bunch of D6s. And each of those D6s was tied to a different relationship that you had with one of the icons. And then depending on what you rolled on those D6s, you would have, the GM was sort of obligated to kind of come up with a way that that icon relationship was going to come up during that session and in a meaningful way. It was very kludgy, a clusterfuck for the GM. If a bunch of players rolled 5s and 6s, and quite frankly, it was not really that effective. So I'm curious to see how they changed it. I know that this is one area that they changed the rules, so we'll dig into that. GM Scott says, GM Scott, by the way, is one of the people who used 13th Age in order to sort of introduce his group to more narrative ideas and concepts. Right. It's anti-prep tech. But the problem is you still kind of needed prep. But I mean, I don't mind I didn't mind that like it created this cool feralness to the game. It was just it was a little bit tricky, and it was a lot to handle all at once. I love that Beowulf's solution is just to have everything. Beowulf's like, well, right, but have you considered if you just had everything? Like, I think by the time your character sheet is done, it will be like 7 pages long, Beowulf. You're like, here's all your backgrounds and here's all your experiences, but then here's your full complete skill list as well. Originally, Levy, that is exactly what would happen in the original game as written. And it was kind of kludgy, as I said before. Okay. So they actually have a really, really comprehensive here example of play, covering all of the elements of how this entire game works. So that's actually pretty cool. This is funny, of course, because the druid isn't in this book. All right, so when you make many elements of the character creation of 13th Age will be familiar to F20 players. 13th Age's additions to the F20 heritage include the following. Ability score bonuses can be applied as you like by all the kin. Your choice won't limit your class selection. Instead of choosing specific skills, you put points into broad backgrounds. And character creation involves indie game style elements such as inventing one unique thing about your character and orienting your PC around relationships with the most powerful NPCs in the world, the demigod-like icons. So, think about your character, generate some abilities, talk to your game master, all the like. So, kin. If you've played an F20 game as an elf, human, dwarf, or something wilder, then you've played with the kin rules. Ours give you a choice of a kin power. Choose your kin from this list. Again, the game is written very much towards people who are already playing, basically, role-playing games for the most part. I mean, I think they understand this is not going to be somebody's first role-playing game. I don't even know if I've ever seen it in a store, honestly. So we've got human and dwarf. We've got a couple different types of elves. We've got gnomes. We've got half-elves. We've got halflings. We've got trollkin. We've got dragonics, forgeborn holy ones, a.k.a. ASMRs, and tieflings, right? So we've got all the classes, you know, all the classics. All right, for class, each class gets special powers, but they all play very differently from each other. So this is one of the areas where I've heard a lot of people who had a problem with 4th edition actually really like 13th Age, because a lot of people said that the classes in 4th edition felt very samey, that everybody had at-will powers, everybody had encounter powers, everybody had the same number of at-wills, encounters, and dailies, and it felt like everybody did the same thing. In this game, every class kind of plays differently. I mean, it uses some of the same nomenclature, but a barbarian has a very different set of choices than a wizard or a rogue. You don't just, all have 2 at-wills, 3 encounter powers, 4 dailies, and a partridge in a pear tree. So every character class is different. We've got the barbarian, the bard, the cleric, the fighter, the paladin, the ranger, the rogue, the sorcerer, and the wizard. So no monk, no druid. And I think that's what we're missing. Monk and druid. There is absolutely no reason why you couldn't completely remove icons from your game and it would be completely normal. It's so funny. There's a cultural difference here, B, because I don't consider the warlock a core class. I'm like, well, warlock, that's not a core class. So Obvious in chat was a player of mine who played a chaos mage, and I've never seen a less effective character in my entire life. Shout out to you, buddy. As you'd expect, the basics of character creation also apply to the 6 classes in 13 true ways. Chaos Mage, Commander, Druid, Monk, Necromancer, and Occultist. So they kind of refer to the fact that, and there's also kind of a D&D 2024ism, right? Where they're like, oh, all of our old books are still valid. So, maybe we haven't updated it yet, but, you could probably use the classes from this book and you'd be just fine. So after that, you make your one unique thing. You get your backgrounds. Again, those are sort of those free form skills that you create. You get a feat. You get a feat choice at every level. This game is 10 levels. You get a feat at every level. Feats improve existing class features, existing talents, existing powers, or spells. And a few of them give you an improvement to your general capabilities. They are not like the character-defining feats in some of the other F20 games. Our game's equivalent to a feat in some games is called a talent. So basically, the way that feats work in this game most of the time is they actually take an already existing power or class feature or spell that you have, and they change it. They make it better. So you kind of invest feats into your powers. Then you get some gear, and then you choose those icon relationships, and that's it. That's the entire process of making a character, right? So it seems pretty simple here. We've nothing unusual here. You get 6 ability scores: strength, con, dex, wisdom, intelligence, charisma. Then you can generate your ability scores. You have a default array, a good at everything array, and So you basically assign one of these sets of 6 ability scores to your like, and then add +2 to 2 of your scores. So you could have a 17, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, or you could have a 15, 15, 15, 14, 14, 12. So there you go. So, and again, uses the standard D20 logic, right? 12 is a +1, 14 is a +2, 16 is a +3, 18 is a +4, 20 is a +5. By default, none of your heroes are weaklings, klutzes, lunks, fools, or boors. If you enjoy playing a lunk, a boor, or someone who's below average, go right ahead and portray your character regardless of your character's ability scores. And if you want to drop an ability score to 8 or less in order to support your vision of the character, feel free to do so. That way you can roleplay better, because you can't roleplay if you've got good stats. Exactly, GM Scott. Tristan, that is exactly the way I would read it, that this book basically replaces the core book. True Ways is still valid until 13 True Ways is still valid until or unless they ever eventually come out with a second edition version of it. I think that's a good way to describe it. So we all know the basic DF Fantasy 20 ability score modifiers here. Now, here's an example of one of those sidebars. If you prefer more luck when you create characters, use the Roll 'em option in the appendix, or use Roll 4, which guarantees 2 high scores and leaves the rest to the dice. Or you could potentially use a point buy method to get precise, tailored control. There shouldn't be any problem if you want to mix characters built with different methods, but if players at your table have a history of getting upset about perceived inequities, choose one method for everybody. So again, a page just to make it easier to pick your ability scores, and along with a sidebar about maybe we try a different method as well. Hit points. You find your base value for your class. You add your con modifier. So, your class might give you 7 hit points. You add your con modifier, maybe +3. So 7 + 3 is 10. And then you multiply that by 3 to get your hit points at first level. So 7 + 3 is 10 times 3 is 30. Your character table will show what you get multiplied. At 10th level, it is times 24. So basically, if your character has a constitution or a base hit points of 7 and your constitution is +3, you have 10 hit points, so times 3, you have 30 hit points at level 1. And at 10th level, you have 240 hit points. And that's a character with a 7 base hit points and a +3 constitution. Obviously, if your constitution goes up a little bit or something like that, it could be a little bit more than that. In theory, I don't know if you had 8 base hit points +4 from a 18 or higher con, then you would have 288 hit points at the end of the game. Now, that may seem like a lot, but then remember that in Pathfinder 2, a barbarian has 12 hit points per level. Their constitution may end up being around +5. That's 17. They're 20 levels. That's 340, plus their ancestry, let's say 10. So a barbarian in Pathfinder 2 at 20th level might have 350 hit points. So realistically, at level 10 in 13th Age, you're like a max level D&D character. So it's not that you're going to level 10. It's that every level has is a much bigger jump in the game, is how I would describe it. So we're not going to get into too much of it, to say the least. You determine your hit points. You determine your character's physical defense and mental defense based off of your stats. Your physical defense is tied to your strength, dex, and con. Your mental defense is tied to your character's int, wisdom, and charisma. So nothing changed there. Your armor class depends on what kind of armor that you're wearing. And unlike other games, though, you find the middle value. This is the way that all these work. So you find your base AC for your class. You find the middle value of your con, dex, and whiz. That is what modifies your AC. So if your con was +4 and your dex was +2 and your wisdom was +1, you would add 2 to your armor class. If your dex was 1 and your wisdom was 1 and your constitution was a 27, you'd have a 27-1-1. So the middle would be a 1. So basically, if you dump all of your stats, you're going to end up with really shitty defenses and armor classes. On the other hand, if your character has a really bad dex, but a halfway decent constitution and wisdom, then you're actually going to get AC from that. So then you add your AC modifier to your base AC, depending on what armor you're wearing, and then you get your AC goes up by 1 at first level and +1 for each additional level. So you're going to add an additional AC for each level. Same thing with your initiative and all of your defenses. So pretty basic stuff there. Recoveries basically work a lot like hit dice or healing surges from 4th edition. Every character starts with 8 of these. And then you will roll that recovery die. You roll a number of recovery dice equal to your level. So this is not like 5th edition. Clobster. Clobster, did you mean to super chat that much? I feel bad, buddy. Holy moly, buddy. I know the fishing was good. I didn't know the fishing was that good. Lobster, thank you so much. It certainly is raining tonight, Thad. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, that is definitely a tangent worth taking. Clobster roll, thank you so much. Obviously, you're going to get a strong here.
I am strong.
Cheers.
Strong.
So, Clobster, with an extraordinarily generous, 2 very generous tips and super chats tonight. Wow. Clobster says, sorry to tangent. You don't have to apologize when you're dropping $50 or $70. Sorry to tangent, but would love to get more answers to the question on campaign length. In terms of time and sessions, what do you consider a short versus medium versus long campaign? Great question. For me, I think a short campaign is anywhere between 8 to 12 sessions. I think a medium campaign is and I say 8 to 12. Another way to think of it is in terms of like timing. So if I'm playing once a month, a short campaign is something that we can get done in a year. If we're playing twice a month, a short campaign is one that we can maybe get 2 campaigns in a year, right? So it's around 12 sessions. I think anything below or around, I say around, plus or minus, 2 to 3. That to me is enough time for characters to go through several cycles, to go through several level ups, and to experience a bunch of narrative elements to the game. I think other than that, I think you have anything less than say 10 or 8 sessions to me is more of like a one shot. I mean, yeah, it might be a single adventure, but if it's like, if it's 3 or 4 or 5 sessions, I mean, yes, that's better than a one shot, but it's still kind of basically just usually that's going to be you telling one story, right? 8 to 12 sessions is enough for you to tell several stories. So 8 to 12 sessions. Medium length campaign for me is something that I would say it's a big jump up after that. But for me, a medium length campaign is anything from a short campaign to 50 sessions. In fact, I would typically, I know there's kind of a gap in between, but again, there's pluses and minuses here. I would say to me, a medium campaign is something like 25 to 50 sessions. And by that, I mean a campaign that if you're playing mostly weekly, you'll finish in a year, right? So a medium length campaign is one where you are going to basically get the full value spread for the game. Another way to consider it is, for me personally, I like leveling up in a D20 game, right, with 20 levels. I like leveling up every 2 to 3 sessions. That's about right for me. I prefer 2 personally, or 3. So that means 20 levels, 2 to 3 sessions. You're going to end up somewhere between 40 to 60 sessions in order to go from 1 to 20. I find that to be a very reasonable pace of play, that I feel like I'm leveling up fast enough that I'm still enjoying the progression of the game. And, we're talking 40 to 60 sessions, assuming those sessions are somewhere between 3 to 5 hours. That's a lot of storytelling time to do many stories and a lot of arcs. Anything longer than that is long. To me, a long campaign is something that is, multi-year, where either the progression is so slow that your character is not really leveling up at that pace. If someone's playing where they're leveling up, they're playing a D20 campaign and they're leveling up once a month. And it's like, okay, well, after 2 years, your characters are basically near max level, right? So, So I would say that anything over a year, especially if you're playing at once a session weekly. So I would say once you get over 50 sessions, 60 sessions, you're into what I would consider to be a long campaign. And I think the blurred line between medium and long starts to sort of differ from there. I think the difference for me between long and medium, believe it or not, for most people, is not about the actual amount of story that's told. So this is my personal belief. I think that if you took, let's say, a medium length campaign, something that's, say, 60 sessions, 50 sessions, okay, 50, 60 sessions. Derek would call that a medium length campaign. Then you take another session, okay? I'm gonna pick Cam's here. Session number 135 at level 16 after 3.5 years next week, okay? My guess is that if you were to take those sessions somehow, all right, so there's my 40 session campaign and Cam's 135 session campaign, right? Cam has over triple the number of sessions. This is not true for everybody, but it's generally true. And you were to run those through like an AI and you would say, hey, look at all these sessions and write me a bullet list of all the primary story beats and the main, narrative elements. My guess is that you would come up with about the same number of story beats, narrative elements, and character arcs. The difference for a lot of people between a medium and a long campaign comes down to 2 things. Number 1, fluffy bullshit time. If your group spends a lot of time in the session doing nothing, then your games are going to extremely slow down. All right? So pacing is huge. Someone like me pushes the envelope. For people who love to just, sit there and chew the scenery and they spend entire sessions and we didn't even do anything, you're going to end up with a long campaign. That's why I say that when I typically look at a campaign that's 150 sessions long and I look at another campaign that's 50 sessions long, it's not like that other campaign has 3 times as many stories, NPCs, arcs, story beats. They tend to have about the same number. It's just how much time did we spend, really getting into it. The second thing is just how, attentive and focused is your group. If your group is the type of group that takes a long time to get through combats, if your group is the type that spends a lot of time bullshitting and talking about that Buffalo Bills game, right, on Sunday Night Football or whatever, if you're that group who tends to just, be off topic, and or in combat, no one really, and this is also kind of, no one knows how the game works. People are always asking questions. You're looking up rules all the time. Those things tend to also really, really slow down your campaign. So I'm not specifically speaking about Cam here. Cam's group. This does not apply to every single campaign, but generally, it is. I think it is that case. So Shadram says, my group plays in the office after work, and our sessions are only 2.5 hours long, which is actually not that bad. More like 2 without chats, fair. We're 9 sessions in, and we're still level 1. They like FBT. Yes, exactly. So that's ultimately, right, that's why Legend of the Five Rings had its experience point system that it did, because it said, hey, people might want to just play this game just to FBT as samurai, and we don't want to punish you for that. We want your character to, gain levels just like everybody else. And I will certainly here say that in my personal experience with our Friday night games nowadays, more than ever, we really value that social time. So yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to. And I would say that for me, one of the true sadnesses is that the rise of the mega adventure path, the 1 to 20 adventure path, means that fundamentally and primarily your characters might play for 12 or 16 or 18 or 20 months of play, and they really only get to experience one story arc. There's the different adventures, but let's call it what they are. It's just one big adventure. And I find that to be very sad, because one of the things, I think that an adventure, should be like a movie. And, sometimes movies do tie into one another, but fundamentally, if you're playing a long campaign, it should be like, 6 movies, like a bunch of different, you get to see your characters in a lot of different, times, and I think that's cool. Yeah, it's an epic, put another way, it's like every 3 levels should be like an episode of a TV show, Right. Correct, GM Scott. GM Scott said, you mean only one story arc that doesn't end with a note pinned to the BBEG's, chest. Exactly. Correct. Absolutely, Albert. I love, I love having adventures where it's just like, hey, this is a new movie. Like, we get to see our characters continue to grow and advance, but not every adventure has to literally be, picking up from the cliffhanger of the prior adventure. When we watch some of our favorite movies, obviously the previous movie ties into the current movie. Of course it does. But it's not literally just like, and the movie kept going. It just happened to stop there, and then it picks up in the next movie, So yeah, I think it's a really interesting topic. The reason it's really interesting is because there is a campaign model in this game that's called the 10-level campaign, and or the 10-session campaign, and you play 10 sessions, and each session you're level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the campaign ends. So it's a short campaign. You go through the entire game in potentially, depending on how often you play, right? You might go through it in a couple of months. And basically every session
if you're going to do the 10 session campaign, I recommend that you do slightly longer sessions, maybe 4 to 5 hour sessions, 6 hour sessions. If you can make it, manage it. And basically each session should be like a movie, right? Not a season of a television show, but a movie, a 100 minute, a 90 minute, 100 minute focused, tightly paced, tightly edited movie, right? And then that movie ends and that story or that villain or whatever is defeated. And then everyone levels up. And then the next time you guys play, it's, maybe months have passed, maybe years have passed, and it's like when the next movie gets released, right? It's I'm trying to think of like an ongoing series, it's like the Mission Impossible movies or the Fast and the Furious movies, right? Where there's clearly a through line sort of, but it's, it's not like the one movie ends and then the next movie picks up immediately after the other movie ends. I mean, I guess it depends on what you call a seasoned player, GM Scott. How many sessions would the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy take? It's a great question. I have no idea, especially because they split the party into like 3 or 4 different party groups. So it kind of becomes a little bit awkward and weird. Jim Scott, not my players. That's how you describe. That's how you describe. I mean, he managed leveling up every other session. I mean, when we played PF2, we leveled up every other session, basically. So, I mean, it's hard to do the comparison, but maybe. I don't know. So, anyways, great question, and I think it's an important thing to talk about. Thank you again, Klopster Roll. Appreciate you. You and Thad. Thank you. Look at that. I mean, this is completely independent, but I tangent. Welcome to the tangent. I've been going to a lot of cons, right? And working them, going to them. And so we're always near or by the Free League booth. And I just want to play this game so bad. It looks so beautiful. I know some people say that they have some problems with it, but it just looks so beautiful. I just really want to figure out a way, and it's kind of fucked up because it's called the One Ring, and it's fucked up because I want to play the game in a time before there was the Rings of Power. Like, I want to play it like, during the Second Age. I want to do it. I want to play it maybe during the First Age. And again, they can't actually really talk about that stuff because they don't have the rights to it. But I think that the game engine is beautiful, and so no, there's no reason I couldn't be other than Well, I mean, they couldn't. I could. But. I just think it'd be really funny if you're playing a game called The One Ring and you're playing and there's no ring, right? But Children of Hurin, right, has to do with their father, right? They're trying to help him. He got cursed by Morgoth, so First Age, I think. I don't know. Unless it's like in the year of the trees or something like that. You don't want to play it during the 13th age. We're not even in the 13th age, right? I think the modern age is like the 6th age or something, 7th age. Jackal says, Derek runs a Tor 2nd edition patron game. Take all my gold tickets. So. In games with levels, I want to level up more than once. I don't want to level up more than every 5 to 6 sessions. Leveling every 2 to 3 sessions seems insane to me. Yeah. I mean, I think it depends on what everybody wants to do, No, I get it. I get it. I was trying to make a joke back. Oh, no. The ring doesn't really mention. I mean, in terms of the game mechanics, I suppose the only thing is really like the shadow, right? But the idea of the shadow in the game is not really something that actually kind of exists in Lord of the Rings. They kind of made it into the game. They sort of took the generic concept of the temptation of the ring and sort of kind of modified it to sort of be evil in general. But if we're being completely honest with ourselves, I think that applies better, right, to Morgoth than it would to Sauron. Sauron is just a Maiar. Morgoth was the original, the original evil, right? The primordial evil. Fun Quenya reference, right? Morgoth, of course, was originally Melkor when he was a Valar, and it was after Melkor became corrupted, right? That the elves, I think Feanor, right, renamed him Morgoth, and Morgoth means the black enemy. Again, black meaning like evil, not skin. But anyways, Morgoth meaning like the black enemy. But that same root naming, Morgoth, right, renaming it, is the same thing that the elves did to Moria, right? Because Moria was actually Khazad-dûm, and the elves renamed it Moria, the black pit, the dark pit, because it was cursed and haunted after the Balrog and all the dwarves got killed. So Morgoth and Moria share the same root word of Mor. Anyways, there you go. Where were we? Oh, yes. 123rd age. Yes. Oh, yes. And while we're on the topic, as a reminder, every month you can subscribe for free with Twitch. And if you head over to twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, you can use your Amazon Prime account to give us a free sub. It doesn't cost you any money. I know there's a lot of people here who tip us and join our Patreon, and that's totally awesome. I know there's a lot of people, who can't or not in a financial position to do so, or maybe you think I'm cool, but I'm not worth your actual money, which is also fair. But if you do have Amazon Prime, and a lot of people do, you literally get this for free. If you don't use it every month, you lose it. So you're paying for this, whether you want to or not. You can't not pay for it. And you might as well use it on somebody. You could use it on me. You could use it on one of your other favorite streamers. Hell, you could give it to a random person. But take that money from Jeff Bezos and give it to somebody. That'd be cool. If it's me, I'd appreciate it. If not, that's cool too. But as a reminder, twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, and give me your Amazon Prime sub if you think I deserve it.
I am strong, strong, strong.
Or you could be like Shadram, who just became a 33 months of supporting the adventure. Or become a YouTube member and get cool emotes, burning dumpster file, math is tight, KOLC, burning mammoth. This is the emojis have not been updated in such a long time. At this point, they're almost like a shout back, a call out to the Knights of Last Call that used to be, Someday we'll get Twitch subscription notifications. Someday. But it is not this day. GM Scott, with 40 months of supporting the adventure, says, I was going to mention that you can also subscribe here, but Shadram beat me to it. Thank you, GM Scott. Shadram, that's crazy. But yeah. I really appreciate everybody who's who's been helping this channel get along and survive for a very long time. So I really appreciate all of you from the bottom of my heart. It means everything to me. And it's really cool because, now I've had the opportunity to like meet so many of you and play games with so many of you. And it's just been really, really, really cool. And now that I'm not working, as we sort of enter this new normal, I'm really looking forward to doing that more often. Right. And I think that'll be really, really, really cool. So, but thank you for the Prime resub there, Jackal Torn Moons. I appreciate you. Act also resubscribe with Prime. KC with Prime. Thank you so much for that, folks. All right. Go join Patreon. Get in on Dragon Tide. 30 minutes until Edward's game. So, So basically, it's a pretty basic system of a game. You pick a race, a class, and a feat. Your class might give you some talents or spells, and then you get to playing. So one of the things that you'll see here is that humans, or every kin, has a power. So this is one thing that's kind of taken from 4th edition. So this is a new change for the 2nd edition, where now the kins options are more flexible, offering a variety of hero powers that you can choose from it. So if you're a human, you can choose Push It, Quick to the Fight, or Resourceful. I believe humans used to have Quick to the Fight. I think that was what they had. I think it was the only option that they had. So if you choose Quick to the Fight at the start of every battle, roll initiative twice and choose the result you want. All right. But now you can choose Push It, and you can also choose Resourceful. So if you choose Push It, once per battle, when the escalation die is 2 or higher and you hit a target with an attack, you can attempt to push it as a free action. If you do, your attack has no effect on that target until you make a second attack roll against that target. If that second attack roll hits, you deal double damage with the hit. If that second roll crits, you deal triple damage. On the other hand, if you miss with the second roll, the original attack only deals half damage. And if you roll a nat 1, it does nothing. So basically, it's, gambling, right? Once per battle, when you get to basically round 3 or 4 of the fight, we'll talk about escalation die. If you hit, you can try to basically turn a hit into a crit, maybe even into a triple damage crit. But of course, you obviously risk that, you might turn your hit into a half damage or even a miss. So it's kind of a fun little a way to sort of gamble. It's almost like the pushing from Dragonbane. Whereas Resourceful gives you a bonus feat of the highest level. So basically it gets you 1 bonus feat, but that bonus feat scales. So it's always of the highest tier that you qualify. So at level 1, that bonus feat is just for adventurer tiers, aka the lowest level. But by the end of the game, your character, that feat slot will be upgraded to epic tier. So, you can kind of retrain it and kind of keep it very, very, very versatile. That is kind of the shtick that we go with these days, isn't it, Nin? That humans are versatile. It is definitely a common trope at this point. So again, every kin is going to have a variety. Again, remember, there are no racial modifiers to your ability scores. You just, put them wherever you want. But basically, every kin is going to have 3 different powers that you can choose. Usually, it looks like, in the case of the dwarf ones, they're all once per battle. The elves, again, there's 3 different elves
three different types of elves. There's the high elves, the wood elves, and the silver elves. So again, every one of them gets 3 different powers. So very cool. We have gnomes, but, and I say this as a person who's played a gnome several times in D&D, who gives a shit. Actually, funny story about gnomes. In our first 13th Age campaign, we actually collaboratively built the game world via Microscope. And there was an event back in like the 6th Age or something where the gnomes got wiped out. So we didn't have gnomes in our game because we were like, fuck the gnomes. Anyways, so we got different races. You know, they got different powers. We're not going to get into every single one of them. Needless to say, I think the racial power trope, this is kind of a 13th Age / 4th edition aside. I think having active racial powers is a really cool way of highlighting that your character is a different race. Because it really, it becomes more prevalent and visible at the battlefield when, say, when your halfling is able to, force the enemy to re-roll their attack roll, right? That's a very cool moment at the table. And it kind of makes people go, oh, right, that's what halflings do. That's a cool thing that halflings can do. And so that's really cool because I like that it kind of puts your racial identity kind of first and forward, whereas a lot of racial abilities in most games are very passive. And once they get written down on your character sheet, it's just like a random bonus to a saving throw or a bonus to a stat. And it just disappears into the background and nobody has to really actively bring it up. Like another example of this is imagine in a classic D&D campaign, you got a +2 bonus to your dexterity because you're an elf. And so your dexterity is an 18 instead of a 16. And you shoot with a bow and you hit by 1, right? Nobody ever goes, oh, I would have missed that if I wasn't an elf. I mean, maybe somebody said that once, but no, we don't even think about it. We just think, oh, my dex is 18 and I hit. Nobody ever thinks about their racial passives. So I like having these active powers because I think it brings your racial identity more to the forefront, which I think is really cool. So I do like the idea of racial powers in that respect. And again, we've got, Forgeborn, aka Warforged, and we've got that's cool art. Tieflings, holy people, the whole also known as ASMR. And the like. All right. I would have missed that if I didn't allocate my stats properly. That's the correct way to say it. All right. So classes. Now, one of the things that's very open, or they're very open about in 13th Age, is that there is a hierarchy of how difficult the class is. So the paladin just picks a list of talents and that's it. And once they pick their talents, that's it. That's the only choices they have to make. So they basically build it. Now they do say the difficulty spectrum isn't as clearly as defined because some of the simpler classes now have new options. But long story short, they basically say, look, the paladin, the barbarian, and the fighter, these are easier to play, right? The ranger, the rogue, the sorcerer starts to get more complex. The cleric, the wizard, the bard, very complex. Smith, when we played a bard, and it was extremely complex. And I would not have wanted, someone who really didn't have their shit together to be playing a bard. So I do like that they kind of talk that again, the Daggerheart in some ways is like this, right? Where we talk about how the warrior is a much more straightforward and simple class. McClure says this version of the bard is even more complex, which is somehow incredible. So as an example, the bard has a variety of options because each of its talents supply effects that trigger when you hit with an attack or when an enemy misses, along with healing magic that requires the bard to pay attention to what's happening at the table. The bard also has spells,
persistent songs, and unique features from their talents. Figuring out how to use these options in combat can be fun for a confident player who enjoys unpredictability instead of consistent results. However, it will likely be overwhelming for a first-time player. Even if a first-time player always play Bard, they might want to start with a simpler character who becomes a Bard after a couple levels. The Bard is the class voted most likely to need to use index cards or some other way of organizing all of their spells, reactions, and options. So, yeah. It's no joke. Now, the game did note that that they changed some of the fighters. Now, I will say that this is, again, shout out to Daggerheart, you know. So I don't think people really appreciate this. Not only does Daggerheart put everything on a card, right? We've all been there, right? So what's the big deal? The big deal is that when they design something for their game, it has to fit on a card. And not just a card, okay? It has to fit on half a card because the top half of the card is art. I remember when we got the PF2 spell cards. These are the index cards that have spells on them. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. Until I realized that the web spell not only was front and back of one card, it actually needed a second card to keep, and this is like in the smallest fucking, and there's no art on these cards. It's just like game rules text down the front, flip the card over, the game rules text continues, go to the second card. The second card has game rules text going down it. And it's like, okay, right. So one of the things that's cool about Daggerheart isn't, you know, a lot of people go, oh, it's, you know, it's whatever. Cards, stuff is on the cards. It's not that they're on the cards. It's that the game is described, or the game is designed in such a way that the powers and abilities have to fit on a card. And that really restricts their design space and forces them to, you know, make sure that the game's rules and the game's text that they're putting on these cards is kind of short and brief and to the point. Okay. So we'll just take a look at a couple of things here. Again, if you guys have questions or whatever, you know, feel free to ask them. You know, like 4th edition, you know, everything in this game basically has either a range, can attack, you know, it's a melee attack or it's a ranged attack. One of the things about this game is what I call semi-theater of the mind. It is the game that I found the easiest, one of the easiest to run theater of the mind. The range in this game is always things like one nearby enemy. So, you know, what does nearby mean? It means nearby. You know, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, Cure Wounds is a close quarters spell. That means, you know, they need to be relatively near you / next to you. A close quarter spell also means that if you use it in melee, you don't suffer an attack of opportunity. You can see that a Barbarian's basic attack is basic, you know, it's a melee attack. It looks a lot like a 4th edition power. It's very straightforward. It's very, you know, gamist language, right? My poor PDF is not responding. There we go. It's you target one enemy. You make an attack. It's your strength value plus your level versus their armor class. If you hit, you do your weapon damage plus your strength modifier damage. Weapon damage in 13th Age is always a number of dice equal to your level. Yes, this means if your Barbarian had a D12 Great Axe at 10th level, your weapon damage would be 10d12 plus your strength modifier times 4. So if your strength modifier was 5, it would be times 4, so it would be 20, plus an additional 15. So your character would do 10d12 plus 35 damage with their basic attack. They're at will. I'm swinging my axe. That's how much damage they do. So chomp chomp. Now, one of the things they do talk about in this game is like when you start rolling that many dice, just kind of average things. Now, one of the things that they did definitely do here in second edition is it looks like they added some additional modifiers. At 10th level, at high levels, you used to do modifier ×3, and you didn't have these additional bonuses. So sometimes the damage of a high-level martial character felt a little bit anemic, and so they added this up. So generally, what we would do is, let's say that your character had a was 10th level and using D12s, right? They generally, what we would do is we would do something like we would say, okay, so your damage is 10d12 plus 35, right? So what we would do is we'd say, okay, well, the average of a d12 is 6.5. Let's take 8 of those, and that's 52. And let's add the 35, so that's 87. And so instead of saying your attack is 10d12 plus 35, we would say your damage is 2d12, and we would probably just round this up and just say 2d12 plus 90, or even if we really wanted to be like, very more, that way you still get a little bit of range. There's a little bit of a thing, but you're not having to literally roll 10, 12-sided dice every time. And by the way, that's not like me coming up with a house rule. The game itself recommends that you do that. But the way we would do it is we would only average some of the dice. That way you still got to roll damage, so there was a little bit of variability in how much damage you did, but it would be 2d12 plus, and instead of making it some weird number like 87, we would just, round it up or down, 90 or something like that. So 2d12 plus 90, round in favor of the players. And now it's like, cool, you roll your 2d12 and you're adding it to 90. You roll your 2d12, you're adding it to 90. So it's like, 18 plus 90, 108. 20 plus 90, 110. 7 plus 90, 97, right? To make it really quick, really snappy, really punchy. And, you get your big numbers go burr. And for a lot of people, that is apparently definitely a big, important thing. So, yeah, pretty basic here. So one of the things that you should know about usage of abilities is that obviously you have powers that are used at will, and you can use them often. Other abilities are more limited use. Some of them can only be used once a battle or twice a battle. Others can be used once per arc or twice per arc. So this is actually a slight change. And this is the idea that in 13th Age, they are separating time spent sleeping from what we're calling a full heal up or a full rest. The idea that a long rest, and we've started to see this in other games as well. I argue that Daggerheart kind of does this. We are doing this in Dragon Tide, which is that sleeping for 8 hours is not a long rest, okay? Just because time passed doesn't mean that your character gets all their hit points back and all their hours back. Truth is that it makes pacing and makes encounter balancing fucking a nightmare. What's cooler is to say that, that type of thing is a much more involved and lengthy process that probably occurs when the characters specifically reach a very safe and sanctuary point. In Lord of the Rings terms, the characters are not getting full hit points every night that they're on the road. They get full hit points back when they reach Rivendell. They might have spent 4 or 5 nights in Moria, but each of those nights they weren't getting back their full hit points and all their powers and spells. They didn't get a full rest. They didn't get a full heal up until they reached Lothlorien, right? And they were able to take, Aragorn even tells Boromir when they're in Lothlorien, where he says, what does he say? You should take rest. These borders are well guarded. Basically saying like, only here can we truly be at rest. When we're out in the, you know, in the wild, when we have orcs chasing us, when the enemy is everywhere. Yeah, just taking a night's rest is not enough to get all of our shit back. And so I love that distinction because it allows you to do stuff. One of the modern problems with D&D that 13th Age avoids is, let's say you have an adventure and you know, you're trying to make it tense and you're trying to balance it, and the characters have to travel, you know, through this dangerous forest, over a mountain, into this whatever nearby valley. And the way that it's structured, the journey might take several days, but then you know that the characters at the end of every day are going to be healed to full. So even if you have an encounter on one of those days, say the second day of travel, unless that encounter TPKs the party, it's kind of pointless, because by the time they would have their next encounter, let's say 2 or 3 days later, when they're entering the mountains, they will have been completely healed, and they will have all their spells back, and they will have all their hit points back. And this also means that casters and people who rely on limited resources are really broken, because they can just, always get all their powers back. They can always get all their spells back. They never have to worry about running out. So by tying it to a more narrative concept like an arc, or in the Lord of the Rings term, right, a sanctuary or a refuge, I think that you really achieve something that's a lot better for playing the game, which is cool, which is important. And again, this is just a little bit of, it's a small piece of tech that, quite frankly, you can kind of just steal and use for your D20 game, right? I think 5th edition, 2014, even had this in the DMG, kinda, as an optional rule, where a long rest took like a week, right? Like you had to basically be in town, at an inn, someplace safe and warm and fed, and you had to be there for like a week to do a full rest and to get back all of your, and, you know, to spend the time to memorize your spells and recover all of your powers and stuff like that. So here's where they're talking about rolling average damage, and if you don't want to roll tons of dice every single time. We got damage types here: acid, cold, fire, force, holy, lightning. You got it. This is a fun little random 13th Age rule. 2-weapon fighting. If your class can wield 2 weapons at a time and gains the benefit of hitting with a natural 2, your class lists 2-weapon fighting as one of your weapon options. Basically, in this game, the way they handle 2-weapon fighting is if you roll a 2, a nat 2, you hit. Which I honestly think is really awesome, because rather than dealing with all of the horrible bullshit rules that end up coming out from 2-weapon fighting, which are either really overly punishing or completely broken, I love the idea of just going, yep, you fight with 2 weapons, you hit on a nat 2. I love that. And we talk about here about, you know, retraining and shifting your stuff as you level up and customizing. All right. So here's a list of changes. Returning players will find a list of serious changes from 13th Age First Edition on the Pelgrane website. But here's a short list of serious changes that it might be easy to miss. Let's see here. Basic attacks are better defined and now interact with all of a hero's abilities and powers. What we used to refer to as basic attacks in First Edition are now called no trigger attacks, and they're mainly used for opportunity attacks and some bonus attacks. Okay. Hey, Boothby, you're on vacation. What are you doing? Just popping in to say hi, playing a ton of games and eating and drinking way too much. Boothby, you've set the standard too high. Now you've posted that list. People are going to expect it at Origins. You definitely fucked up, sir. You fucked up. Boothby, I hope you guys have a great time. I'm excited to hear what happens if and when happens when you're with your Starfinder game and your Daggerheart game, should it occur. Although I don't know if Drunken Heart is going to be the ideal way to introduce your people to Daggerheart, but we'll see. Boothby, thank you so much. Enjoy. So characters who make ranged attacks and ranged spells take opportunity attacks from engaged enemies. Okay. As a rule, you don't have to take a low. Okay. This is really neat. Okay. So we'll get to this in a minute, but if you wanted to improve a character's ability with your feats, you couldn't take the high level ones unless you took the lower level ones. Essentially, everything was a feat tree. And here, now they're saying you don't have to take the lower level feats in order to take the higher level feats. So basically, they killed all they killed all the trees, right? So they killed all the feat trees. So now, if you don't like the low level feat and you don't like the mid level feat and you just like the epic level feat, when you get to the end of the game and you have a 9th level feat or an 8th level feat, you can just take the highest level feat. So that's actually really cool. Intercepting is now an interrupt action, which matters more now that there are more interrupts in their powers and spells, which is a good, because I think being able to interrupt and take reactions and interrupt other people's actions is one of the ways that you make round-based initiative more exciting and more interesting. The base rule of intercepting is actually one of my favorite rules from the original 13th Age First Edition, which was an ability that every character had, from a fighter to a wizard to a barbarian. And basically the idea was is if your character wasn't already engaged with another enemy, fighting in close combat with another enemy, if another enemy tried to run past you, your character could cut them off, engage them. And once a character is engaged with you, they are kind of stuck to you. You can't just, a fighter can't, in wargaming terms, a warrior, a fighter, an adventurer, a barbarian, they can't base you up and then you could just go, okay, I'm just going to keep moving around you. Whatever, you'll make an attack of opportunity, but I'm just going to keep moving around you. It doesn't work like that in 13th Age, right? Once you're engaged, you're kind of stuck together unless you take an action to specifically pop free and, disengage from them. So basically, this was a really awesome, cool way, especially in a theater of the mind system, that like when I described the ogre charging at the rogue or the wizard, the barbarian could say, I'm going to rush over there and intercept. And I'm like, yes, awesome. All right. He's rushing. You're coming in at an oblique angle and you slam into each other and it's a ferocious melee. Now he's going to make an attack on you, but now you're locked into combat with him. Yeah. So yeah, you get locked into a fight instance, which the game calls engaged is the term. It's a really, really cool, really cool idea. And it's actually something that I stole and started adding to a lot of my PBTA games, especially my Dungeon World games. And I'm eager to see how it plays out when I start doing it and using it in Daggerheart. And I've talked a little bit about this when I talk about the soft moves. Like, I'm not activating the creature. I'm not spotlighting the creature to take an activation. I might say something like, oh, the ogre's beginning to charge the wizard. Guardian, what do you do? This is kind of like me giving them an opportunity to intercept.
Apparently. I can't read a calendar. No Dragontide tonight after all, so here's some money. Any chance you'll look at the new Void environments that were released today? #DaggerHype, thanks for all you do.
Edward, probably not. Although I did not know that the new environments were dropped today. Although I'd love to do that because, Edward, thank you, by the way. I'm sorry that you're not getting to play Dragontide. I've made one Daggerheart, because remember I had that long list of video edits, and I released one while I was at PAX, but I wanted to get a couple more made because I'm going to be in Vegas. So I got 2 made. I just need to post them to YouTube so I can post them while I'm in Vegas. So I got to finish those up and get those posted. I have to finish the Dragontide expansion because I still need to put up like 3 or 4 more buildings. I have to pack, and I also am sending out a package tomorrow before I get on the plane at the mailbox, and I have to pack that and send that off to a patron. So I kind of got a lot of stuff that I need to do. So we're probably not going to get a chance to look at the Void until I get back from Vegas. We could theoretically look at it while I'm in Vegas. We are getting a live stream from Vegas, but so yeah. Anyways, thank you, Edward. I appreciate you. I'm sorry about no Dragonhead. I know. Now everybody wants to adventure so that they can get more downtime actions so that they can fish more. Which is, of course, the real mark of any true adventurer. Why are you journeying to these strange, forbidden lands? Why are you journeying into these trackless wastes of jungle and horrible places? So I can get more DTAs. Jim Scott?
GM Scott tipped $25. I just got my Nimble 2 e-box in today. When is the first look scheduled?
Yeah, GM Scott, I got mine. Evan, I did not buy it. Evan, the creator of the game, was nice enough to send me a free complimentary copy. So I do have a copy, and I look forward to putting that into a first look. In fact, when I get back from Vegas, we might just do a bunch of first looks, you know, which I think will be really cool. So, yeah, I'm excited to look at it, GM Scott. Again, I didn't realize that it was a whole new system. I thought it was just a 5e hack, which apparently it is. But then he took his ideas and made it. And he sent me the box set. It looks gorgeous. It looks a lot like the OSE box set, actually, in terms of size. So I imagine it's the similar kind of digest size. I haven't cracked it open yet, obviously, you know, for first look purposes. But, you know, I don't know. It might be a cheat first look, GM Scott, because I actually might crack it and bring it with me because it's small. It's digest size, and it's not that big. And I might bring it with me on the airplane to Vegas so I have something to read. So we'll see. So, yeah, chances are very good. And plus, you know, the creator was nice enough to reach out and provide me with a free copy. And if someone's going to do that, the least I can do is, you know, talk about their game. So yeah, it's coming. Oh, you did not earn enough today to afford a saw. The trials and tribulations of adventurers. Engagement went up so much when fishing came online. Edward, I've been very pleased with the engagement with the town actions for sure. Is it really a fantasy adventure game without a fishing minigame? Apparently not, Nightclub. Although people are very excited because so far, hold on a sec here. So far, sorry, I got distracted by a message. Here we go, fishing. Here we go. Okay, so far, we've had 3 rare catches. Okay, so we've had Gremley caught a salt pike. They were the first person to. I got to change that. It's the first caught. There we go. First caught. There we go. So Grimly caught a salt pike. Recoveria caught a shimmer bass, and then amazingly, now I should note, by the way, this table is rolled on with 3d20 keep high. So you have to roll 3 20-sided dice and take the highest one. So Squackles caught an emberfin, which is a legendary catch. With 3d20 keep high. They rolled a 1-5-5. So they got a 5 off of a 1-5-5. That was their 3d20. So yeah, our first was a shimmer bass, right? So that was our first premium legendary catch. So people were really hyped up about the shimmer bass. Then Squackles caught the legendary emberfin, worth an incredible amount of supply, knowledge, influence, mana, tons of prestige points. And then Clobster Roll captured a salt pike, a sleek saltwater predator with razor edge snout and savage bite, common in coastal waters, but valued by sailors for its briny, flavorful fish. So not as cool as the emberfin, but we had 3 legendary catches, or 3 rare catches already, including a legendary catch, the emberfin. So yeah. That's literally fire. That's right. So very, very cool. People have been doing a lot of good work there, which is really, really neat. In addition, I think the very first, so when you go beach combing, you make a spot hidden roll, and if you succeed, you get scraps and you get a single unit of supply. But if you roll a dragon, a nat 1, you get to roll for hidden treasure. And on the very first beach combing roll, somebody rolled a nat 1, and they rolled a mystic remnant. So in a quiet tide pool, seawater glows with elemental radiance. a pocket of pure essence swirling around a gleaming fragment of rare power. And this yields stuff for our crafting game. And I think they got 2 essences of water and a tide fern bloom. So it's been pretty cool. It's been pretty neat to see what people have been engaging with. And nobody has gotten killed at the lumber yard yet, so that's been good. The lumber yard can kill you, by the way, if you roll a nat 1. Nat 20. It's tough work. Anyways, long story short, it's been awesome, and seeing people engage with it has been a lot of fun. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, shit, it might right now. Wait. You got hurt? Like right now? Like while we're talking? Did you? Oh, look at this. Copper Blint. Copper Blint just, so there's an option when you're in the lumberyard. You can roll chop, chop, motherfucker. And when you do chop, chop, motherfucker, you roll with a Bane. And he rolled an 8 and a 20. So you have to take the 20. And he got a demon. So that is a severe injury roll. Well, Copper Blint, you want to roll it in Roll Channel here live on the YouTube? Before you roll it, let me show people what the severe injury table is, just so we have a point of reference here. Oh, that's not it. Okay, that's weird. Window capture. Dragging it. Here we go. Okay, so let's go to the injury table. Okay, so here's our injury table. If you get a 1, you get an impressive scar, and actually your charisma goes up. But if you roll a 20, you get an impressive. Your injury is impressive, and you suffer instant death. So he could get a gouged eye, a severed finger. He might have broken his arm, cracked ribs, broken his nose. So this actually happened because he rolled a 20. All right, Copper Blint, in the roll channel, please. It's time for you to roll. It's time for you to roll your severe injury. Okay, he got a 13, which means he got deep wounds. So he cut himself deep. Bane on all skills based on strength or agility, and every roll against such skills inflicts D6 points of damage. Ouch. So somebody's gonna have to spend some time in the hospital in order to recover from that wound. I mean, look, this is why the saw stop exists. They should have thought about that before we got to that. So there we go. There's a live look in on a Dragon Bane actual play. It was your last DTA for the week. So for those of you who don't know, you actually get downtime actions, and it's a weekly thing, because the whole idea is like, we're like, people are going to be able to, spend some time, people don't have a lot of time and whatever. But like a lot of people spent all their downtime actions already, and it's Tuesday. They don't reset till next Monday. So I kind of feel bad because I'm like, man, people are playing this a lot more than I expected to. So Andrew says, I loved the sidebars this came about as one of the authors got job at Amazon, so they didn't have time to resolve all their differences. Yes, it's so a lot of times in the sidebars for this game, they'll just say things like, we couldn't agree, so we're putting both rules in here. Well, Edward, I mean, Dragon Bane just isn't as popular as PF2, I mean, it's just a much smaller game, so. In first edition, were there more options to utilize interrupt actions? There was not, Thad. And in fact, interrupt wasn't really considered, quote unquote, an interrupt action per se. So here we can see just when you're making a character, like the core starting classes, like what their base hit points are, what their AC is, how many recoveries they get, what they roll for their recovery die. So it's a nice table. It basically just shows you that, honestly, there's not a huge... I mean, obviously, a Paladin has a base AC of 16, and a Sorcerer and a Wizard have a base AC of 10. So obviously, that's a very big difference. But most characters start off with roughly the same defenses, roughly the same recoveries. And, of course, obviously, a Barbarian rolls a massive D12 per level for when they use one of their recoveries. And they start with 8. So that means 8 times per day, a Barbarian can heal themselves for D12. That's at level 1. At level 10, they're healing themselves for 10 D12. 8 times per day, right? Also, it should be noted that the base AC assumes that the PC is in the armor that suits them best. So this base AC assumes that the Paladin is in some sort of heavy armor or something like that. So, you know, here's some examples of the Barbarian and all the other classes. I don't think we're going to go through all of them. I will say, though, that the Barbarian in first edition had my absolute favorite version of Rage that I've ever seen. So real quick, I do want to talk a little bit about 13th Age and the way that it works. It is very, right, it doesn't just say, it's not full simulationist, but it's not full gamist either. It basically just says, look, we're not going to give you a trillion things, different weapons. You just describe however you want to describe it, right? It's some sort of heavy weapon, right? It doesn't really matter what it is. If it's one-handed and if it's a martial weapon, heavy weapon, it does D8 points of damage. If it's a big two-handed weapon, it does D10. You know? That is correct, Beowulf. That is what base AC is. So, for example, the Barbarian has a base AC of 11 if they're wearing no armor. If they're wearing light armor, they have a base AC of 12. If they're wearing heavy armor, they have a base AC of 13, but they get a -2 penalty to their attack rolls, and because they're not really supposed to wear heavy armor. And then if they have a shield, they get +1 on top of that. You also add 1 point to your AC per level. So at level 1, you're adding +1. At level 10, you're adding +10. So essentially, at level 1, a Barbarian's base AC is 12. Light armor adds 1 point to it. So you can see that, you know, what armor does for you is somewhat different from class to class. And then for the weapons, we don't really obsess over whether you're using like a Gizarm Volge, or you're using a spade, or you're using a Corbin de Beck, or you're using a Fulcrum hammer, or you're using a halberd, or you're using a Guisarm, right? We just say it's a two-handed weapon. You know, it does D10. Same thing with ranged weapons, right? So everything basically gets boiled down into small, simple, martial, small, simple, martial. Okay. Now, here is a table of what a Barbarian looks like. Again, you can see that you start off with 7 plus your Constitution modifier times 3 hit points. So if your Con modifier is 3, you have 30 hit points at level 1. All the way up to 7 plus your Con modifier times 24 at level 10. So a ton. You get 1 feat every level. So you have, and the first couple of levels are called the Adventurer tier. So you get a level 1 you get 1 adventurer feat. You have 2 adventurer feats. Now you have 3 adventurer feats. Now you have 4 adventurer feat. At level 5, your character is now in the champion tier. So now you still have the 4 adventurer feats that you got for your first 4 levels, but now you've gained a champion feat, another champion feat, and another champion feat. And lastly, for the final 3 levels, you get epic feats. So you end up with 10 feats, 4, 3, and 3. And then in the case of the Barbarian doesn't have like a list of spells, and they don't have a list of like martial combat maneuvers. They just pick 3 talents, and that's what they get for the first 4 levels of the game. They don't get a new talent every level. They just get 3 talents. That's what you get. Have fun. When you get to level 5, you pick up a new talent. It's called a champion talent. So now you have 4 talents, 3 from the the ones 3 that you started with and 1 new one. And then at level 8, you get an epic talent. So by the end of the game, you have 5 talents. 3 from Adventurer, which you picked at the very beginning of the game. 1 at Champion, which you picked at level 5. And 1 at 8th level Epic that you picked at level 8. That's it. So Barbarian is very straightforward, right? And so that is so when you pick your Barbarian talents, you pick these talents like Barbaric Cleave or Building Frenzy or Beast Aspect and Heavy Iron. So feats, Beowulf, don't give you a new ability in this game. Feats enhance an existing ability. So let's take a look. So for example, all barbarians have the following features: Grim Determination, Legendary Prowess, and Rage. So all barbarians get these. So Grim Determination. When you have 1 or more skulls, that means basically a failed death save, you get a +1 bonus to all of your defenses. No, not literal skulls. You have to see the page about the skull rules. All right. If you have 2 or more skulls, then you get +2 bonus to all your defenses. All right. So that's what this ability does. Basically, as your character gets closer to death, they become more difficult to hit and more difficult to down, right? Their defenses start going up. But you have a choice. You could spend one of your feats, an adventurer feat, and make your Grim Determination better. Which, if you take this feat, notice it doesn't even have a name, right? It's just called Adventurer Feat because it's from your Adventurer tier. So you could take this at level 1 if you wanted to. Your crit range with basic melee and thrown weapons attacks also increases by the same amount as your defenses. So not only are you harder to hit, if you use this feat, now instead of critting on a 20, you crit on a 19 or 20. And if you have 2 or more skulls, you crit on an 18, 19, or 20. Additionally, when you reach the mid-levels of the game, every level, you will get a feat. So when you get to level 5, you will start gaining champion feats, and you could take the champion feat of Grim Determination, which is once per battle, you can re-roll one of your death saving throws. So if you fail a death saving throw, you can re-roll it. So again, feats basically work to enhance existing talents or powers or spells. So yes, personally, I think I would be very tempted to take this feat. This sounds pretty cool. Like as my character starts getting closer to death, not only am I harder to hit, but now I'm critting way more often. Sounds awesome. So they also have the Legendary Prowess ability. At times, your strength exceeds what should be possible for a mortal adventurer. Whenever you fail a strength or constitution skill check, you can re-roll that skill check once and abide by the re-roll. That's it. Every barbarian gets this for free. Basically, you can always get a free re-roll on strength and constitution checks. Forever. Lastly, they have Rage. All barbarians rage. When raging, you can use a Raging Strike or Raging Throw instead of making your normal basic attacks. Whenever you start raging, you continue raging until you fail a death saving throw or until the end of the battle. If you fail a death saving throw and stop raging, you can start again by using any of the methods below. And then they have things like, what is your barbarian rage? What does it look like? Do they bellow? Do they curse? Do they froth? How to start raging? Automatically, once per arc, as a free action on your turn, you can start raging. Now, I agree, John, because that was one of the coolest ways to do crits ever. So what they did in first edition, it was probably too powerful, John, but what they did in first edition is when a barbarian was raging, they made every attack with advantage, right? So awesome. You're going to hit a lot more. Every attack was with advantage. But if both of the D20s hit, it was a crit and you deal double damage. which was sick. So if you want to, you can rage for free. Now, you can only do this once per arc, right? So once per arc, you can rage at any time you want. Arc, kind of think long rest, but remember, in this game, it's more of a narrative long rest. Additionally, you can rage with some effort. If you're not already raging, at the start of each of your turns, you can roll a D12 rage die as a free action. Add the escalation die to the roll, and if it's 9 or more, you start raging. So each turn, the escalation die goes up. We've talked about this before. It's one of the cool effects that a lot of people have stolen from this game, where every round of combat, a big D6 is in the middle of the table, and it starts going up. The players add that bonus to all their attack rolls. This means that in the later rounds of combat, the players are hitting a lot more because they're adding that escalation bonus to their die. So the players kind of start off as underdogs, and then they build into being a badass. What this means is that, yes, as a barbarian, you get one freebie per day where you can just rage whenever. But for the most part, you're going to want to rage as the fight wears on. Lastly, as a possible response to getting hit. So this is a kind of a new, this is all new tech for 2nd edition. The first time you are damaged by an enemy attack each battle, if you're not already raging, roll D12 using the same rules above. Oh, okay. So the first time you get hit in each attack, you get to combat, you can roll a D12, and if you roll 9 or higher, you start raging. That's correct, GM Scott. The monster's armor classes and defenses are actually too high in the core game. So at round 1, when you start the battle off and you don't have any escalation die advantage, your characters are actually a little bit sort of underpowered. Exactly, Beowulf. Correct. Yep. So what that means is that for the first round or two, your players' characters are actually kind of below the curve. At round 3, 4, they're kind of at parity. And at rounds 5 and 6, they are above the curve. So you get this really cool tension curve, which also helps with wrapping up the fight, because it means that players are going to hit a lot at the end of the fight instead of missing, and you're like, ugh. But also it means that if your character has a really cool spell or a really cool power that they can only use once per battle, they're probably not going to want to use that on round 1. This prevents the Nova, the Alpha striking, and because they don't want to miss with it, they're like, well, I'll wait till round 3 or 4 because I'm going to get a big bonus to hit, and I'm going to be much more likely to hit with my really big, cool thing. So it really helps with the pacing. Again, this is an extremely, extremely well-designed game, and almost any one of these rules could be stolen to make almost any other game better. Now there's a sidebar here. The ragier, the better. Now, the problem is that in the original game, you sometimes only got 1 rage per day, and I absolutely hate that. At the same time, okay, like in I played 3rd edition, right? 5th edition, the barbarian gets 1 rage a day, 2 rages a day. That's boring. But Pathfinder 2nd edition, where you literally rage for free at the start of every fight, is also boring. So what they are saying here in this sidebar is the ragier, the better. And I tend to agree. The new barbarian rage feature lets your barbarian rage more often. Since raging is your signature feature, we want to give you a chance to rage every battle. But the original version of rage was so good that the only way to balance it was to prevent you from using it most of the time. So it sounds like they did change the rage, because the original rage rules were very powerful. But you could only rage once a day. There was like a 20% chance when you rage that you might be able to rage in the next fight. The new version puts the focus on critting rather than hitting, so you get to rage more often. So what they basically did is, instead of giving you 1 super-powered rage per day, they give you still a very powerful rage, but unlike PF2, where the assumption is that you're always raging and all of your powers work off of rage, to the point where in the remaster, you now rage for free at the start of the first round of fighting, they basically give you this kind of like reliable rage that is randomly kicks on at some point during the battle, maybe. And once per day, once per arc, you can kick it in if you need to. Your rage, your story. you don't have to stick to the classic Cimmerian model of a raging barbarian. Maybe you rage because of a pact that you made with poisonous mushroom spirits. Maybe your one unique thing is that you are half werewolf, and that werewolf wants to be free. Maybe you aren't raging at all, because in your case, the rage mechanics represent a heightened martial focus, and you must struggle to maintain it, right? So this is why I say this game sort of introduces these narrative elements into the game in a very subtle way. You know, in PF2, in D&D, rage is rage. But this game asks you to think about and tie it into these other things, like one unique thing, and right? The beast. What does he call it? Is it called the beast? No. The hunter. The hunter. The hunter. But yeah, so, right. So there's a lot of different ways to flavor it. And obviously that's what makes a role-playing game substantially different from another form of game, right? Is that we're using these mechanics, but we're also using these mechanics to build a fiction, right? We're using these mechanics to build a fictional world. And that means providing details. And those details, may not necessarily have a game mechanic, but they are important because without them, it's not really a role-playing game. That's right, John. In the 3rd edition FRCS, he had that level of barbarian, which was such a cool addition. It was awesome. So we get this rage ability. Okay. Now keep in mind, it said that when we are raging, we don't actually know what rage does. What it lets us do is it lets us make raging strikes or raging throws. So let's see what those actually do. Okay, here we go. So our basic attack is we attack one enemy, and we're going to do strength plus level versus their armor class, and we're going to do some weapon amount. Remember, weapon means weapon die times level. So 1d10, 2d10, 3d10, 10d10, plus a bunch of our strength modifier damage. And if we miss, we do damage equal to our level. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. But if we're raging, we can use Raging Strike. This is the same as our basic attack, except our crit range increases by 4. So now instead of critting on a 20, we crit on a 16 or higher. And if we miss, we do damage equal to twice our level. So at level 10, we would miss and deal 20 damage. And we would be critting on a 16 or higher. So that seems pretty good. Now, is it as good as the original Barbarian Rage? No. But now we can rage more than once a day, and that's pretty cool. Keep in mind that now we understand why this says your crit range also increases. Yes, this is cumulative with the crit range increase from rage. So now if we have a raging barbarian who is near death, they will gain +6 to their crit range, which means they are now critting on a 14 or higher, which is pretty good. That's like old school keen falchion improved critical PF1 3.5 edition cheese. But again, as a barbarian, you're just going to choose one of these talents. It's just a passive ability, and it just works. So, like, if you take Building Frenzy, the first time you miss with a melee attack each turn, you deal an additional +2 damage, cumulative, with your attacks for the rest of the battle, up to a maximum of +12. So every time you miss, you permanently get a damage buff for the rest of the fight. And by the time you're at level 10, every time you miss, you're going to add 15 points of damage bonus for the rest of the fight, up to a maximum of 90. And that just lasts until the end of the fight. So every time you miss, cool. You're like, I missed, but I do more damage. And it's a buff, and it lasts until the end of the fight. So there's kind of a part of you where you're like, it's kind of cool. I missed. And remember, too, at the beginning of the fight, your character, the escalation die hasn't kicked in yet. You might miss a little bit more. And so by the time you start hitting and critting, your character is going to be maybe up to, +9 damage or +12 damage, or maybe, +60 damage or +75 damage or +90 damage, which would be pretty fucking So we can see here, if you want, you could use one of your feats that you get at levels 1, 2, 3, or 4, which are called your adventurer feats, to make building frenzy a little bit stronger. Now, the first time you are staggered each battle, that means you're reduced to 50% hit points or lower. It's like bloodied in 4th edition. That counts as building your frenzy, right? So basically, if you get hurt, it counts as a miss. And so your frenzy gets to build up a little bit more. Now you could upgrade this, and now you can count both the first time you are hit each battle and the first time you are staggered, aka bloodied, aka reduced below 50% hit points, as misses. So now you get like, oh, you got hit for damage? Cool, that counts as a miss, and my frenzy's building up. And now I got reduced below 50% hit points? Cool, that counts as frenzy, and now I'm building it up. Oh, and I missed, so I'm already at 3 stacks of frenzy. And lastly, if you take the epic tier feat, now you can count every time you are hit each battle and the first time you are staggered each battle as misses. So every time you're hit, well, no, KC, this replaces it. So you get that feat back. You don't need to have that feat. So this one requires, but this one replaces. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, this one is 2. I see what you're saying. Beowulf says, I wish this game, Daggerheart, and Draw Steel all came out 30 years ago when I really, really cared about these kind of mechanics. I would have had so much fun back then. And the truth of the matter is, Beowulf is, that's where most people still are to this day. So people like, they like their role-playing games, especially a generation of people that were raised on Diablo and World of Warcraft and, Path of Exile and Defense, Dota and League of Legends and all these other games. For a lot of people, this is what role-playing games are. It's sick build and high deeps. I agree. One day, Beowulf, your RPG may mature enough to enjoy these mechanics. So anyways, as a barbarian, you just pick 3 of these, right? Like as a barbarian, you could take Unstoppable. Again, you get 3 of these at the beginning of the game. And here's the thing, when you go to level 2 in barbarian, you don't get a new talent. When you go to level 3 as a barbarian, you don't get a new talent. When you get to level 4 in a barbarian, you don't get a new talent, right? It's just, you get these 3 for the first 4 levels of the game, and then at level 5, you pick a champion talent. We'll look at some champion talent. Once per battle, declare you're using Unstoppable before you make a melee attack. If your attack hits the first target, you get to heal. There you go. But then, like I said, when you get to level 5, you get to pick a champion tier talent. So you could pick Slayer or My Turn or Shrug It Off. And then at epic tier level, you get things like Summoning an Ancestral Warband, Bloody Resolve, Relentless. And, you get epic feats. By the way, I should note that with the epic feats and champion feats, you can take lower tier feats if you want. So you don't have to take these if you don't want. Armin says, I must have gone in the reverse direction then. I started with Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and now I just play Shadowdark. That is definitely going in the opposite direction of complexity, Armin. This makes me want a barbarian class with all these mechanics in Daggerheart. A rage domain. Yeah, Daggerheart kind of threw some of the rage elements into Blade a little bit. I don't know that I would include that. Do any of these interact with the interrupt? I don't see any here. No, I see free actions. No, it doesn't look like any of the barbarian feats interact with interrupt. Thaddeus. So that's the barbarian. So again, we're not going to go through every single class. Like I said, the Bard is extremely complex. The Bard not only gets, charm songs and social skills and cantrips, but they also get spells, and they get feats, and they get bardic attacks and talents. The Bard is an extremely complicated class. So let's go look at the fighter, because this one's a little too complicated for us to really spend too much time on here. So here's the fighter. Fighter's going to fight. You can see that the fighter actually has a base AC of 10. They're 13 in light, and they're heavy, 15 in heavy. So fighters wear, quote unquote, armor better than barbarians, right? When barbarians are in heavy armor, they only get AC 13. When a fighter is in heavy armor, they get AC 15. So the fighter is better at wearing the armor. So the way that fighters work, again, they, have their weapons. They do damage. They get maneuvers and talents. All right. So maneuvers work a little bit like, at-will powers or specialized maneuvers. The difference is how a fighter can use a maneuver. So here's our stats. So, trying to find one here. These are all talents. Okay. So, just a reminder. Sorry. Our level 1 fighter is going to have 3 maneuvers, and our maneuver pool can be up to first level. So we can obviously only have first level maneuvers in our pool. And we have 3 of them. Okay? So we're going to pick 3 of these maneuvers, and we're going to have them in our pool. So we have Big Swing. We have Escalation Strike. We have Grit and Scrap. We have Carve and Opening. We have Melee Footwork. And those are our options. All right? So Big Swing is once per battle. It's the same as our basic attack, except you must use both the standard action and move action to use this maneuver. And we increase the crit range by the escalation die. So literally, this doesn't do anything on round 1, because on round 1, the escalation die is 0. But on round 5 or 6, this could potentially increase your crit range by 5 or 6. But if you miss with this attack, you do half damage. So never mind. Even on round 1, you wouldn't change the crit range. But if you did miss, you do half damage. And there you go. Now, as a feat, if you're using a 2-handed weapon and your first big swing misses, you can use another big swing in that battle. But only if you're using 2-handed weapons. And at epic level, you can now hit 1 or 2 enemies instead of 1 enemy with your big swing. Simple, basic, to the point. Now, Carve and Opening is something that you can use at will. Same damage as a basic attack, but your crit range with melee attacks expands by a cumulative +1 this battle until you get a critical hit. And when you score a critical hit in melee, your crit range drops back to normal. So basically, every time you use this ability, your crit range goes up 1. So you're going to crit now on a 19 higher, then an 18 or higher, then a 17 or higher, then a 16 or higher, then a 15 or higher, then a 14 or higher, then a 13, 12. Eventually, you're going to crit, and then it resets. Now, you would never use your fighter basic attack when you could use this, of course. So that's why it's basically just an at-will ability. Melee Footwork is if you're engaged with more than 1 enemy, you get a bonus to your attack roll equal to the number of enemies that you are engaged with. And if you hit, you can't use this as your next attack. So all of these basically kind of update or upgrade the fighter's basic melee attack. The Escalation Strike, which is usable by twice a battle, lets you deal more damage depending on how many or what value the escalation die is at. So if the escalation die has ticked up to from a 0 to a 1 to a 2 to a 3 to a 4 to a 5, right? And we're level 7. This is going to do 6 damage points per point of escalation. Damage escalation's 5. We're doing 30 bonus points of damage. Pretty good. If you take the feat, you now use this expanded damage table all the way up to 10th level, where we're doing plus 15 points of damage per point of the escalation die. So again, not very useful unless the escalation die is high. So our starting fighter will start off with 3 of these. And as we gain levels, we will get access to more maneuvers. Okay? We also get talents. So talents are like our, kind of like our class features, right? So for example, we could have a cleave. Once per battle, we can make basically a free attack as a free action. After one of our fighter attacks drops an enemy to 0 hit points, or if we kill 2 or more minions at once. So basically, once a battle, if we kill somebody, we get to make a free immediate attack. All right? We also get a counter attack. We don't have to take these. We could take these, right? First level, we get 3 of these. Once per battle, when an enemy misses you with a natural odd melee attack roll. What's an odd attack roll? It means they rolled an odd number. So they have to miss you and have rolled a 1, a 3, a 5, a 7, a 9, an 11, etc., etc. You get to make an immediate counterattack. So basically, this basically means 50% of the time when you get missed, this ability will trigger. This is something that 13th Age does that I don't know that I've seen a lot of other games use this. 13th Age will trigger some monster abilities rather than 13th Age will trigger some monster abilities and player character abilities based on whether or not you rolled an even or an odd on the die roll, right? So that's what a natural odd means. It means what is same thing. We say natural 20. We don't mean did you get a 20. We mean did you roll a natural 20? Did the die roll show a 20? Fabula Ultima has a couple. Okay. Yeah. Which ones? I'm trying to think. So here's an example of what I was talking about before. Skilled intercept. So as I said before, as long as your character is not engaged, when an enemy tries to move past you, you can engage them and intercept them. But if you're already engaged, if you're already based up, then you can't intercept anymore, right? You're fighting your own fight. However, a fighter is a skilled interceptor, and they could take this talent. Unlike other characters, you're capable of shaking free of engagement to intercept when an enemy moves past you. Once per round, as an interrupt action, roll a normal save to interrupt an enemy who is moving past you. You can pop free from one or more enemies to move and intercept the attack. If you are engaged with more than one enemy, the others can make opportunity attacks against you. If the save fails, you do not have to spend the interrupt action, so you could still make a normal interception later in the round if you manage to shake free of the engagement. If the save succeeds, you move to intercept, and the moving enemy makes its attack with you as the target instead. If you're wearing heavy armor or using a shield and that attack hits you, you only take half damage. So, pretty cool. So I recall the fighter in first edition having a lot of things that triggered on even or odd, like everything triggering on even or odd. And this seems a lot more simple. Also, yes, it's a very nice way of implementing tanking. And GM Scott said, yes, a ton. I hated it. Yeah, so the new fighter, not only does it seem a little bit, the new fighter seems, not only does it seem simpler, it also seems more consistent and it actually feels like as a fighter you're making a choice. Because the way that it used to work is the fighter would make an attack roll, and then if you rolled an even or an odd, it would determine what kind of maneuver you could use, which was really weird because like the fighter seems like the type of character that should be like the most in control and being able to like make a good choice about what you're doing. So interesting. So overall, I think this is a significant improvement. Additionally here in first edition, I remember this, the Rogue had a class feature called Momentum that was like the fighter's momentum in second edition, but it wasn't very suitable for the Rogue. In second edition, the fighter's momentum is either on or off. You don't spend it the way that the Rogue spends bravado. So fighters also get an ability called Momentum. If you haven't been hit since the end of your last turn, you have Momentum. You start battles with Momentum, and you gain it at the end of your first turn. So basically, you have Momentum or you don't have it. If you got hit, you lose Momentum. When you have Momentum, you can roll an extra d20 with your first melee attack roll on your turn and choose the result you prefer. So, what does this mean? Okay. This means is if the enemy doesn't try to hit the fighter will have Momentum. And that means when the fighter gets to finally take their turn, the fighter basically is making an attack with advantage. So this gives a passive taunt for why enemies and the GM might want to attack the fighter because they want to make you lose momentum. But then, after they made you lose momentum, once you end your turn, you gain it. So that's pretty neat. And it's a good example of sort of like a passive taunt, which is really neat. Also, we can see here, getting back to the tankiness and the stickiness, they have a threatening ability. This is a class feature. They just get this. Whenever an enemy attempts to disengage from you, it takes a penalty to its check equal to your dexterity or constitution, whichever is higher. The penalty doesn't apply if you are stunned or grabbed or otherwise incapable of making opportunity attacks. So if an enemy, once you're engaged, once you're based up, what this game calls engaged, if an enemy tries to make the disengage action, it's not just simply an action in this game. You actually have to make a check to pop free. You don't get to just move 5 foot square because the game isn't a grid-based game. You actually have to take the disengage pop free action. So all in all, this seems like a really pretty good improvement. So I'm loving it. Now, the game does have that sort of like draw, steal, tongue-in-cheek way of describing its maneuvers. Like, for example, a 9th level maneuver, you have one called I Say Thee Nay, because they're more like reminder text than like flavor. Like, it's not actually like a maneuver. You know, it's not called like the Eagle Talon Strike. Right? Like this maneuver doesn't really have a name. You could kind of give it whatever name you want it to do it. So the maneuvers do get more advanced and more complicated as we get higher and higher and higher. So we have a paladin, we have a ranger, we have a rogue, we have a sorcerer, we have a wizard. Does the sorcerer still have overcharge? So the sorcerers used to have an ability called charge up or overcharge or something. Do they still have it? Gather power. Let's see here. This feature is a sorcerer's claim to fame. Once initiative has been rolled and a battle is underway, a sorcerer can spend an action to gather magical power, preparing themselves to cast a double strength spell with their next power. Gathering power is loud and flashy, crackling lights, rumbling thunder, flickers of magical light. Sorcerers who want to gather power before initiative has been rolled can go through the motions, but they won't get any benefit from the act. You can fool yourself, but you can't fuel magic. So, after you have gathered power, you can use your next action to cast an empowered spell. This deals double the normal damage. Normally, this means you simply double the damage spell on a hit or a miss. Don't roll double dice, just double the results. Gathering Power is mainly for damage spells, but we love our players, so for most spells with non-damage effects, we added in ad hoc benefits for when they're empowered. If you decide not to use your next action to cast a spell, instead, or you get knocked unconscious, you lose the power that you've gathered. No, Beowulf, we are still in the class section. So, basically, a sorcerer can take a turn off, and then they get to do double damage. So, yeah, we'll skip the low level stuff. Let's just go straight to a level. Let's go straight to a 9th level spell. Correct. It is still kind of annoying, but you know what? Sometimes it's cool to just do a lot of damage. All right. Here we go. Breath of Empty Void. Barfing unholy energy into the world feels about as good as you might guess. So it's a spell. You add the escalation die to the crit range. You target one enemy, and you deal 90 damage or 110 damage. You additionally, remember, if you gathered power, you'd be doing 220 damage. Also, it staggers the enemy, it shocks them, it gives them a bunch of conditions and a bunch of other stuff. So one of the things that they did here is I see, okay. So if you hit, like with this spell, you do 10d10, and they just put here, on average, it's 55 damage. If you miss, but with an even number, you do half damage. If you miss, and it's odd, you do damage equal to your level times 2. Anyways, point is, sorcerers do 80, 90, 100 damage to, a breath weapon, to a bunch of enemies or D3 enemies, and that's the way this game does AoEs. So again, it's made for theater of the mind. And this is an example of how you know that this game is made for theater of the mind, because the target says D3 and nearby enemies, right? Like that's how we determine how many people are, hit by it. This sounds super fiddly. It's very gamey. This is the part of the game that is very PF2 4th edition like. The spells and powers for combat tend to be very fiddly. But remember, too, part of the thing with these spells is, unlike the other abilities that we saw earlier, where you can literally use them every single round, a lot of times a spell can only be used once per battle, or it could be used once per arc, right? And you'll notice that the sorcerer doesn't necessarily have, spell slots. Each spell is sort of its own thing. You don't memorize spells. You don't cast spells out of spell slots the way that you would with a, sort of a normal, when we think about a normal caster, right? Instead, each spell is sort of like a new ability that you gain, right? Once per arc it could be once per game session. It might be twice per game session. It might be once every other game session. Yeah. And Beowulf, I've been using that type of thing in Theater of the Mind play since long before this. And in fact, a lot of people have, where I'll just say, Smith, back when we used to play 3rd edition, we often played Theater of the Mind, and Smith would cast a fireball, and I'd be like, oh, they're pretty densely packed. Roll 2d6 to see how many you hit. And we used to do that all the time. Right. Longer than a scene, shorter than a story is probably a great way to describe it, John. So again, keep in mind that I'm showing you that was a level 10 sorcerer spell. So these are the most complex spells that the game has. If we look at a first level spell, Burning Hands. It targets up to two nearby creatures. It does 2d8 fire damage. And remember, the way that everything in this game works is monsters don't make saving throws. You don't make saving throws. Everything in this game is an attack. So when you cast Burning Hands, they don't make a reflex save, right? You making a charisma check against their physical defense, which represents their ability to dodge or leap out of the way, right? But, Burning Hand says worth a charred finger or two. If you roll a natural 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you, the caster, take 2 damage. So, on the other hand, if you're level 10, this spell does 80 damage to 2 targets. And if you roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you take 16 damage. This is talking about character level, Thaddeus. So this spell automatically scales. That is Breath of Blue Lightning. There we go. Burning Hands. So the way it works is at the beginning of the game, you can have 2 at-will spells of your level. And at the end of the game, you can have 2 at-will spells of your level. So obviously, Burning Hands is one of your 2 at-wills. So it's always of your level. So Burning Hands is not a spell that is once per thing. It's an at-will. So you can, at level 10, your character casts Burning Hands and hits up to 2 nearby enemies for 80 damage apiece. You could also take Chaos Bolt. You could take Scorching Ray. These are all your at-wills. But you're only going to have 2 at-wills. Yes, just like 4E. Again, remember, this game is like 3E. If 3E and 4E had a baby, but then the baby was adopted and raised by fate. Or some sort of indie RPG PBTA game. So now wizards. So here's our wizard. So again, wizards get 2 at-will spells of their level, but they get they start with 3 other spells of your level, up to eventually 9 spells of their level. And there's a whole thing here about wizards can cast their spells as rituals. If anyone can cast a ritual quicker than others, it's probably a wizard. We'll talk about the rituals here in a minute. Basically, the way that rituals, this is one of Smith's favorite rules of all time. It means, Chris, no, it doesn't mean that they change. It means that that you can change them, but you're free to keep your lower level spells if you want. But ritual magic in 13th Age is one of Smith's favorite mechanics ever. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. So yes. So a couple of things. Well, number one, Chris, FL4G. So wizards get a spell, and it's number one. It's called the utility spell. Okay. So number one, again, this is very, very, very effective here, or very, very, very useful, especially if you've played these games. So wizards get access to a spell called the utility spell. Whenever you prepare spells during a full heal up, instead of taking a standard spell, you can choose to memorize the utility spell. When you take the utility spell, you gain access to an entire range of useful abilities. The variety of utility spells to choose from increases as you cast a spell at higher levels. You cast all utility spells at your level. So, for example, if you're an 8th level wizard and you choose to memorize the utility spell, you will have access with that utility spell 2. Scrying, invisibility, purge, water breathing, pierce resistance, speak with item, message, levitate, hold portal, feather fall, disguise self. So that one spell slot can't be all of those things at once, but it could be all of those things once, right? Which is really, really cool. So right off the bat, and they talk about here, utility spells are not by their nature balanceable. They don't deal damage. They don't increase your armor class. How much mileage can you get out of a disguise self spell? Maybe a lot, but it's partly up to you. Disguise Self could let a first-level wizard do things that no amount of damage could accomplish. The beauty of a spell without stats is that it encourages you to be clever. So right off the bat, wizards get this ability to, again, you don't decide which of these spells you're memorizing. When you memorize the utility spell, it's essentially all of these spells. And when you cast it, it becomes one of them, right? And unlike your other spells, you can memorize the utility spell multiple times. So if you want, you could take, you might have access to 6 or 7 spells. You could take 2 of them or 3 of them, and they could be the utility spell. So now you have 2 or 3 of these things kind of locked and loaded, ready to go. It's sort of a quantum spell. All right. Correct. It's a fantastic option. I believe when we played it, it's Schrodinger's spell. That's exactly right. Quantum spell, Schrodinger's spell. And correct. Albustine, you're absolutely right. The worst feeling, Albustine, is when your character does say have access to, water breathing. It's in your book. And, it randomly comes up today. And you're like, shit, the one day I didn't take it. Or I always memorize water breathing. I didn't take it today, and now I feel like an ass. I took levitate. Oops, I picked the wrong one. Get fucked. All right? So, and again, if you're really into the utility side of the wizard, you can upgrade this spell with a feat. Now, each utility spell you take lets you cast 2 spells instead of 1. And at 5th level, you can cast 3 spells instead of 2. And at 8th level, you can cast 4 spells instead of 3. So if you take this feat when you're 8th level, your utility spell could be a disguise self, a water breathing, and a scrying all at the one time, right? It's very clean. It's very simple. It's very easy. And it's one of the more elegant ways to handle this thing, right, in normal TTRPG design. It's a gamist solution, but it's a real problem, and I think it's one of the things that, is really important. Correct. And it's also important because you don't lose that combat effectiveness to become more utilitarian, but also Copperblint, this is kind of what the wizard does. The wizard has this odd grab bag of utility type spells, right? So that's the one way. And again, these don't really have mechanics. Like, they just talk about what they could do. Like even this says, hold portal. If you effectively use this spell, tell us about it. Jonathan has been hoping to see it in action since 1978. Well, Jonathan, I have a story for you, okay? In 3rd edition, my group of players was investigating a dungeon level that was too powerful for them, and they found that there was a complex in a dungeon of minotaurs, and there were 2 rooms of minotaurs. And in the one room of minotaur, there was a bunch of minotaurs. In the other room of minotaurs, there were a couple of minotaurs. Now, all these minotaurs would have killed any one of these minotaurs, probably would have taken out the party. But the party had acquired a scroll of death, a scroll of circle of death. And their thought process was, we'll kick into the door to the big room of minotaurs, and we'll cast our circle of death spell, and we'll kill all these minotaurs, which are way too high level for us, and get a shitload of experience points. Okay, but what about the other minotaurs? Okay, what we'll do is we'll sneak up, we'll cast hold portal on that door, so they can't get in and ambush us and attack us from behind. We'll cast the Circle of Death scroll on the other room of Minotaurs, kill them all, clean up, take all their loot, and get out of there before the hold portal spell ends. So they cast hold portal on that door. So there you go. So, any case, this is how the utility spell works. And then they also have normal spells, like Shocking Grasp and Ray of Frost and Ray of Fire. Again, remember, like the Sorcerer, you get 2 at-will abilities. These scale automatically, all right? Note that the Wizard spells do significantly less damage, although note that, like, Shocking Grasp only is a move action to cast, which is pretty cool. But here's Acid Arrow, right? It's a ranged spell. And this is a level 1 spell. You can cast it once per arc, basically once per day. You target a faraway creature or nearby creature. You hit, you do some acid damage and some ongoing acid damage. If you miss, you only do the ongoing acid damage. And the next time your character takes a quick rest, which is basically after a fight, you get the spell back. So again, there's a lot of design elements in this game that are really about, like, not making players feel like shit. Right? Like, if you do the damn thing with the acid arrow, if you hit somebody in the face, you blast them for 100 damage, and now they're taking 20 ongoing burning acid damage, cool. And they only get it once. You get 1 acid arrow per arc. But if you miss, sure, you get a little bit of a consolation prize, you get 20 damage, and you'll get the spell back. Because, everybody deserves to hit with, their acid arrow, Albastine, the GM doesn't cast these spells. This is only for there will never be a monster or an NPC that is using these rules, ever. So it's for the players, yeah. Like, you can see that there's a number. Like, notice how, like, once you get to 8th or 9th or 10th level, you don't even get to roll dice anymore. Like, it's just like, who cares? Just do your 100 damage and move on with your life, So wizards also have some spells that are called cyclic spells. Okay. So the way a cyclic spell works is it is once per battle, or you can use it for free as an at-will, but only when the escalation die is even. So, again, this is another way that the wizards are a little bit different. Now, notice this doesn't do a lot of damage, but the way this game does its instant kill abilities, if you want to call that, is it ties it into hit points. Okay? So, let me find an instant kill spell. Save or die spell. Okay, here we go. So hold foe, right? Classic, right? Once per battle. Note, you can only target an enemy with 500 fewer hit points. Okay? Which basically means you're going to be able to use, it against most enemies, but not like a boss, right? But notice, rather than being tied to the monster's level, it's tied to the monster's hit points. So what does this mean? It means that the fighter and the barbarian can help the wizard hit enemies with their save or die spells. Because what it means is that the fighter and the barbarian can reduce the enemy below a certain hit point threshold. Now, the mage, the wizard, can affect them with their really powerful spells. And you'll see that there's a lot of situations here. Again, here's a classic, power word kill. It's not tied to level. In Pathfinder 2, it's tied to level. So it just doesn't work against a higher level foe, period. But in this game, it targets a foe with 80 hit points or fewer. So basically, it's a way to kill off an enemy that's nearly dead. But what this means is that if your allies can help get the foe low, then you can kill them. So there's a lot of situations in this game where they kind of tie these things to these hit point thresholds. So that way the fighter and the barbarian and the rogue can kind of help you out by, they'll be like, hey, look, we'll set up the monster, right? We'll get its hit points down from 500, maybe the monster has 300 hit points. So the fighter and the barbarian tie into it, and then they reduce it to 100 hit points. And now the wizard can come in and power word kill it, right? So the wizard can't power word kill it right off the cuff, right? The wizard can't just open up the fight and say, hey, there's that 350 hit point monster. I'm going to snap my fingers and it's dead. Instead, if the rogue and the barbarian and the fighter reduce that monster from 350 to 100, now they're like, okay, wizard, we did our part. Now you finish this thing off. And now the wizard can be like, cool, I'm working with these fellow party members. And now the barbarian and the rogue don't feel bad that they did a bunch of damage to the monster that didn't matter because the wizard just snapped their finger and the monster died. Absolutely. I think there's a whole thing here which goes into the long story about the million trillion reasons why it's cool for the players to know the monster's hit points. But I mean, I believe players should always know the monster's hit points anyways. I mean, you always know the player's hit points, right? So why shouldn't the monsters know the player? In fact, one of the most bullshit things that the GM will ever ask. This is how you know your GM is bullshitting. And if you've ever asked this to your players, why'd you ask it to them unless you're bullshitting? Where you go, all right, the ogre's going to stride over to you and attack you. How many hit points do you have? And they go, 20. And you're like, okay, here comes the attack. Oh, it's a hit. Oh, they did 18 damage. And you're like, exactly, GM Scott. It's the most bullshit thing. But I mean, seriously, right? Like as a GM, we know we know the monster's hit points. All right, you never. All right, fair enough. I mean, but the players are going to be talking about it. I mean, what I'm saying is, why is it cursed information? I don't know. I mean, the players they can look at the monster, right? They can see how hurt it is. Anyways. So, anyways, I also like that teleport is a 9th level spells because, it's really fucking powerful. So yeah, very, very cool stuff here. Very cool classes, very cool stuff. Now, I really want to talk because it's already 10:15. So what I want to talk about here, I want to talk about rituals and I want to talk about icons. I think those are the last things I want to talk about, believe it or not. That's really all that there is here to do. So, rituals. Most spells, okay, so this is how you solve this problem, okay? And again, I think this might be Smith's favorite rule in an RPG. Most of the spells available to clerics, sorcerers, and wizards are either combat spells or useful in combat. But our vision of the world is that many spellcasters use magic outside of combat for a variety of effects that a literal reading of the spell list could never properly handle. Our solution is to allow the ritual casting of any spell known by a character who can use ritual magic. Clerics and wizards get this for free. Other spellcasters have to burn a feat in order to take it. As a rule, ritual casting is a complicated, elaborate sequence of actions. Think of it as something between staging a puppet show and cooking a 5-course meal. Step 1. The player chooses the spell for the ritual. I'll read this actually using the words that they did instead of my garbled dyslexia. The player chooses the spell the ritual will use and expend. What up, Cal?
Calderiarch tipped $3. I wonder what happens when a fudging GM encounters Dragonbane where they can't fudge cause monsters auto-hit lol. It's been great, at least one PC drops to 0 per session on my island but no risk no reward lol.
Absolutely, Cal. The other thing too, Cal, is you can't fudge the AC because the players roll their attack against their own skill. So yeah, it's Dragonbane is probably very scary for that type of player because there's nothing that you can do. And like you said, the monsters just auto hit, and the player's if the player chooses to evade, they're gonna know whether they, because they have to roll it. It's not like the GM rolls it; the player rolls their own evade roll. And so if the player messes up their evade roll, they know the monster just hit them. I suppose the GM could fudge the D6 for the monster attack roll, but technically rolling on that is optional anyways. So the player chooses the spell, the ritual, use, and expend. Now, you can use once per battle rituals, you can use recharge, and even at-will rituals, but once you use them for a ritual, they are locked out. This is important, until the end of the arc, okay? So even if a spell is at will, you can use it for a ritual, but then it becomes unavailable to you until you basically take your long rest. And remember, a long rest in this game isn't once per day, it's once per, narratively appropriate rest time. The player tells the GM what they are trying to accomplish and gathers ingredients that feel right or that the GM tells them are necessary. This potentially could turn into a mini adventure itself if the GM wants to take it in that direction. They then spend 1d4 minutes or 1d4 quarter hours or 1d4 hours preparing and casting the ritual. It depends on the size and the scope of what you're trying to do. They cannot cast spells during this period. The player then makes a skill check using whatever DC and ability score the GM feels is appropriate. Okay, so what the fuck does all that mean? What it means is, imagine this. Your character, your wizard, has the fireball spell. Okay? This is a combat spell that does AoE damage to a group of enemies, right? Well, imagine that the party comes to a sealed iron door that cannot be opened, that is a locked entrance to the ancient dwarven homeland. And the player envisions a ritual. And they said, hey, GM, I'm envisioning a ritual. I want to cash in my fireball spell. And instead, I want to lay my hands upon the door. And I want to channel intense, fervent heat into the metal until it begins to glow red hot and actually begins to melt away. And I'm actually going to melt a hole through the iron doors of Khazad-dûm. Does that sound cool? And the GM says, fuck yeah, that sounds cool. Expend your fireball spell. You won't, it's a once per arc spell anyways. You won't get it back until you take a long narrative rest. And then we'll make a skill check. And maybe it's an int check, intelligence check, but maybe it's a constitution check, right? Because it's like you have to hold up against the power of the heat, okay? And then you make your skill check, and the GM says it's going to take 1d4, 15. It's going to take hours doesn't seem appropriate. Minutes, maybe minutes. We'll say minutes, right? So you sit there for several minutes. The GM says roll 1d4. Okay, it's going to take several minutes. Or maybe the GM says it's going to take 1d4 quarter hours, and it's going to take anywhere from 15 minutes to 60 minutes. But it's all up to whatever the GM says. And you've now converted, okay, a fireball spell into a sort of molten heat spell, right? And that is awesome. Full stop. It's just really awesome. And that's really, 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 really cool. Now, as a result, the most important thing here is failure means life gets interesting. As usual, use the fail forward mechanic. We kind of didn't really touch on this. It gets more into this in the GM side, right? Most rituals work, but failure may provide results the players did not bargain for, such as side effects that send the story careening in a direction no one intended, complications with spirits that aided in the ritual but failed to disperse, or coming to the attention of enemy spellcasters, all right? So again, it's a really, really cool way of sort of introducing these kind of quasi-narrative options, but it turns all of these combat spells into exploration, quote-unquote, pillar spells. And I think that is awesome. That's right. The door turns into an iron golem. Hey, you did get rid of the door. That's correct, Ouija board. Very cool way to expand on the 4E style utility rituals by including your offensive spells in the equation. This is awesome. And it's actually probably one of Smith's absolute favorite mechanics of all time. So it's very, very cool. Here's a little sidebar. Rituals for all. Many of our playtesters extended the franchise by allowing all spellcasters to cast rituals without having to burn a feat on ritual casting. I probably would do this myself. If that suits your image of how magic works in your world, go for it. You're not hurting wizards and clerics by giving away something they got for free. And we're just being stubborn by hanging on to our initial vision. So here's another example. The PCs acquire a fearsome bow that was created by the Diabolist. Simply carrying the bow threatens to overwhelm the rogue, who has no intention of using it. No NPC with an ounce of good intention is willing to take the risk to dispose of the bow. So the wizard improvises a magical item destruction ritual using the Acid Arrow spell. A perfect spell for disintegrating a demonic bow. Success means it works perfectly, but failure means that while the bow is destroyed, the heroes will later discover that the demon that was trapped inside of the bow has reincarnated somewhere else and that the heroes are now its target. Okay. Lastly, icon. Oh, well, we talked about one unique thing. We kind of talked about that at the beginning here. Okay. Icon relationships. Here we go. So the way that icons work is at the beginning of the game, you have 3 icon points, and you attach them to a number of icons. I don't think you can have 3 with one icon. I think you can have 1 with 3 or 2 with one and 1 with another. All right. At the start of each arc, a player randomly determines which icon or icons their hero is connected to for that arc. During that arc, the player can spend these connections to affect the narrative or to give their hero a bonus during combat. Narrative connections. A narrative connection allows the player to add something interesting to the story of the game, such as going in a new and unexpected direction thanks to that icon's influence, contact with an NPC, or a member of one of the icon's organizations. Combat connections. A combat connection enlists some aspect of that icon's power to let the player roll a second d20 whenever their hero makes an attack roll, a save, or any other single d20 roll, or choose the roll they prefer. Rolling for twists. After you use an icon connection, you roll a d20 to find out if there's a twist. For narrative connections, a result of 1 to 5 indicates a twist. For combat connections, it's a 1 to 10. Twists make the results of the connection more interesting. No hoarding. Any icon connection still unused at the end of that arc is lost, unless someone can think of a good last-minute use for them. Before characters heal up, regain their expended powers, and roll for their new icon connections, consider whether there are stories still in motions that could benefit from an unused connection. So, right off the bat, I think this sounds better, because what this does is it basically, you roll to see if you have, it's almost, so the way that we use them, our house rule, is I treated them a lot like a special hero point resource that a character could cash in, and when the character, and if the character cashed it in, it would have an impact on the story. And it sounds like this is the direction that they went with. So basically, whenever you take, at the start of a long rest, after an arc, I should say, at the start of an arc, you roll a 6-sided die for each point that you have in a relationship. So let's say I had 2 points with the Dwarf King and 1 point with the Emperor. If you roll a 5 or a 6, then you basically gain a special meta currency point that you can use later in that arc to either do something cool in the narrative or to help you out in combat. When and if you use that, then you generate a potential twist. However, if you do not roll any 5s or 6s, so one of the things I didn't like about it is if somebody didn't roll anything and it's like, hey, my icons never come up. If none of your icon dice result in a 5 or a 6, instead you get a connection with an icon of the GM's choice, and maybe not one of your icons that you chose. And if you use this connection, you automatically get a twist. Very cool. The GM has the option to choose one of your hero's icons that maybe fits the current story, or a different icon that's related to recent events. Or they could just randomly generate an icon. The GM typically consults with you to choose the icon, but they might leave the choice entirely up to you. Very, very cool. By the way, they notice here, you can roll a d12 to generate an icon randomly, and it even says, if your campaign has fewer than 12 icons, you could just adjust the list or roll a smaller die. So what this means is everyone will always have at least one of these icon meta currencies that they can cash in. You don't have to cash it in, but if you do, it kind of gives you a sort of ability to sort of tweak the narrative. And again, this is very similar to the way I did it, except the way I did it was you got those icon points automatically instead of having to roll a 5 or a 6. That was probably too powerful, and it kind of came up all the time, so my characters felt a little bit stronger. So I like the 33% chance, but I also like that if you don't generate any of these icon rolls, the GM kind of works with you to give you a new one that might reflect a current evolving situation in the story. And if you do choose to use that, you get an automatic twist, which is awesome. So as an example, in my 13th Age campaign, my last 13th Age campaign, Matt Holloway, who played Burl in our Rise of the Rune Lords, he was a Minotaur rogue assassin, right? Or he was a Minotaur rogue. That was his class. But what he used to be was an assassin for the Diabolist, okay? He worked for the Diabolist, right? He was a bad dude. And he kind of, betrayed the Diabolist and sort of, stole the Diabolist's power and left. So he still had an icon connection to the Diabolist. He still had some of that dark power. But he used it very cautiously, because when he used it, it allowed the Diabolist to find him, because the Diabolist hated Matt's Minotaur rogue assassin, who, by the way, was named Trundle. And I remember that there was a time where the party had to get somewhere and they had to get there fast. And Matt basically used his Diabolist meta currency to basically say, like, I can still access like the dark dimension, and basically kind of almost like a shadow walk spell or a shadow caravan spell. Matt was able to, like, even though his character was a Minotaur rogue, Matt was able to like open up a dark hole into sort of a dark shadow realm where the party was able to move almost instantaneously or nearly instantaneously to their destination, but at the risk that the Diabolist might find him and be able to start tracking him again, right? Accessing the dark dimension is one of the most edgelord things to say in a TTRPG. Yes, except this is what's really funny. This is my group. This is my group in a pinch for sure. What's really funny is in the game that we played, Matt's hometown, the Minotaur, his this is so funny. His hometown was the monstrous city of Jesus Christ, too many people back this game. Wait, where's the map? Oh, there it is. Okay. So Matt's hometown, all right, was the monstrous city of Drakenhall, okay, which is a city that is actually populated by monsters and is ruled by the dragons. But Matt kept calling it Drakenclaw because, in his mind, like the connection between monsters was Drakenclaw. So Matt always referred to it as Drakenclaw. Like, not even on purpose. Like, he always just called it Drakenclaw. So it just became a joke that we said, oh yeah, no, there's still a Drakenhall. And then right across the streets is another city that's called Drakenclaw. And people get the names confused all the time. And we ended up making like them to be two completely different cities of monsters that were just right across the river from each other. But one was called Drakenhall and one was called Drakenclaw. So again, in terms of the edgelordness, it was somewhat tempered by the fact that his name was Trundle, the Minotaur, and he jokingly referred to Drakenhall as Drakenclaw, and then we ended up making a second city that was literally next door to Drakenhall called Drakenclaw. Yeah. I mean, I'm not one to complain about putting stuff there, but yeah, just put it in the back. It's like Draw Steel, where they put the index in the front of the book instead of the back of the book. What the hell is wrong with you? So that is a really cool way to do the icon relationships. Because again, my problem with the relationship, the icon problem, is that originally you rolled them all at the beginning of the session, and it was totally up. It was a per session thing, which was already horrible. And then it was up to the GM to make all of them get included. And so if a bunch of players rolled a bunch of icons, you're like, okay, shit, I need to bring in the Dwarf King, and I need to bring in the Elf Queen, but I also need to bring in the Emperor, but I also need to bring in the Diabolist. Oh, and also the Orc Lord. Like, in this one session, like that's too many cooks in the kitchen. And it was really, really a pain in the ass. So putting the agency on the players and letting them spend it as a kind of pseudo form of fate point meta currency to sort of declare a narrative truth in line with their icon relationship and with the random chance that it causes a complication, I think is a really, really way better, elegant design, for sure. And then there's a lot of stuff in the book about advice on icons, about how to choose them, why to choose them. It talks about what your relationship with an icon might be. So you can invest up to 3 points in a relationship, which kind of indicates how strong that relationship is. But that relationship could be positive. That relationship can be conflicted. That relationship could be negative, right? Matt had a negative relationship with the Diabolist because, he betrayed the Diabolist and the Diabolist wanted him, sort of dead, and he has gained the wrath of that Diabolist, which was cool because he had a relationship with them, but it was a negative relationship, which I think is really, really cool. And the other thing that's really neat about these icon relationships is, remember, these are the movers and shakers of the realm. Your character has, connections to some of the most important people in the world, which I think is really, really, really cool. They also note that if you do have a positive relationship with a villainous icon, such as, the Diabolist or the Lich King, that you're limited to a maximum of 1 point, right? We can maybe have some anti-heroes. We can maybe have some questionable or morally gray heroes, but you can't have I have a 3 positive relationship with a villainous, organization. Right. But what's fun here, Beowulf, is the randomness element makes it so that the story becomes a little bit more feral. This is really getting into that sort of play to find out, what happens element of PBTA, right? Instead of it just being, whatever makes sense in the story, right? It's letting the game mechanics dictate the story, right? And that's definitely something that I think PBTA is very known for doing, right? That we take the mechanics and we use them to inform the fiction so that we sort of create this sort of cyclical process going back and forth. The mechanics are not just, there to serve as a backbone for whatever we think is fictionally or simulationistly appropriate. It's that the mechanics themselves and their uncertainty and the oracular nature can drive new story arcs that we would never have thought to do, right? Like maybe randomly we roll and, we didn't expect it for this arc, but a bunch of people end up rolling their benefits with the Elf Queen. And I didn't know that the Elf Queen was going to be involved with this part of the story arc, but now she might be. And I think that's really neat because that forces me and my players, right, to think on our toes and to take the story in a new and unexpected and feral direction. And that, again, is a cool sort of, baby's first starting step. But what I love, I don't think they had this in the first edition, is that they say, but if you want to, the players can just cash it in to roll with advantage, because that's basically what they said. I don't remember where it was here. I skipped ahead here. Here we go. Yeah, using a narrative die. So you can use it to basically gain advantage. And GM Scott says, no, that did not exist in first edition. The reason why that's good is because, again, this is baby's first training wheel on indie games. If you use the icon die and you say, cool, everybody, you can use it to declare a narrative truth. You can use it to change and reflect the nation of the, you can reflect the narrative. You can bend the narrative using your narrative icon collection. If you're just coming from 5th edition, people are going to go, what? I don't know. But if you tell people, hey, describe how the power of the Elf Queen helps you, with gain advantage to this attack roll or re-roll this attack roll, people are going to be much more likely and much more interested in using that. But what's brilliant about the game is that when you use an icon relationship in that way, you have a 50% chance of it creating a complication, right? And that means that the players are going to be very slowly introduced to this idea of, oh, cool, I called upon the Elf Queen's favor. Oh, what did that look like? Oh, well, a wind spirit came down and aided my arrow. And you're like, cool, awesome. Yeah, re-roll with the, re-roll your attack roll. Cool, you hit. Yeah, the Elf Queen helped you, right? And, you're just, everyone wants to roll with advantage. Everybody wants to re-roll a saving throw or re-roll a skill check. So giving players that option, I think, is brilliant and makes this game even better at what I used to think that it was doing it, and I think that's really cool. So there is a lot of stuff in this book because they understand that this is the part of the game that people are going to have the most problem with. People are not going to have a problem with the very lengthy spell, with a complicated spell. They're going to have problems with things like, what can I actually use this icon relationship for? They can use it to do things like gain knowledge or add a new detail to a scene, to insert interesting or entertaining changes, to include interactions involving aid, acquiring information that might send them on adventure, securing help, right? Rarely, they might be able to avoid a battle. They might be able to cause an effect. They might be able to have flashback. They might be able to develop downtime experiences. They might be able to add story development. So you can see that this is kind of like getting them deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the pool, right? And you can sort of just coax them into that, which I think is what this game is really the best at. Is it sort of inventing it. And quite frankly, this game is fantastic at operating as a hackable resource. You could totally drop icons from this game, and I promise you it would work 100% fine. Absolutely. If you don't like these rules and you guys just you want to play like a cool version of 4E plus 3E, but with none of the narrative fate shit, drop all the icon stuff. The game will work 100% fine. On the other hand, you could totally steal these icon rules and you could almost add them to kind of almost any game. You could probably hack this into Daggerheart pretty easily. And I think that's really, really cool. So it's a really, really neat game. We didn't obviously cover, again, I'm really just going on what the Pelgrane Press said were the major changes. Like they overhauled the fighter, they changed the narrative elements. They streamlined the icons. They gave martial characters more damage, which we saw there, where they gave kin choices more options and upgrades. Because we did cover 13th Age years ago. So you can go watch our 13th Age stream. Let's see. It was stream... It was stream. I don't even know if we had a stream number for it. Maybe I forgot to put a stream number in for it. I don't know. Anyways, it was, I'll put it in chat. It was the same day as the start of the OGL drama. That's hilarious. I didn't know that. Thank you, Obvious. I think it'll probably edit your, or it'll, whatever, it'll cut out your thing. So that's the link. Oh, Obvious, it did go in there. Okay. That's right. That's right. It started off with me talking about 13th Age. And then, oh, wow, that's funny. And then we changed it. We changed it up. Yeah. 13th Age, what 5th edition could have been. And this was literally the day the OGL drama worked.
All right. So this is
You roll a die, level, cater, company. Oh, I was like, where was it? And then I was like, I think what we did is we like cut it off and we started a new stream because I didn't want people to have to watch the OGL shit right after and to fuck it up. Also, shout out Rick Sherman, who just dropped $100 super chat 2 years ago. Shout out, Rick. Thanks, Rick. So yeah, yeah, the links are restricted, I think. Oh, maybe not on Twitch. Yeah, maybe they're not on Twitch. Ultimately, I think that 13th Age looks great. First edition was a blast. Honestly, there's so many of these mechanics which honestly Smith and I have stolen countless times, and they have made all of our D20 games better. The ritual system for being able to convert basically combat spells into cool, fun rituals, awesome. The wizard utility spell concept, awesome. The simple to complex class, fantastic. The escalation die, fantastic. The backgrounds / experiences. Now Daggerheart's using them. Great. Although I do like Daggerheart using the Hope meta resource better because I do like the having to spend a resource. The changes to the icon die, great, fantastic, awesome. The simple format of the monster of the weapons, right? Like where you don't have to worry about what, just describe your weapon however you want. Is your weapon two-handed or is it one-handed? Is it a martial weapon or is it a simple weapon? Describe it however you want. It just does D6 damage. Like we're not going to get too caught up in like whether it, it has the poking trait and the fiddly trait and the chain trait. Like it's just too much. Like nobody cares about that. I don't care about that. There was something I wanted to look at. The intercept rule is one of our favorite rules of all time and basically led to an entire change the way that we ran pretty much every D20 game, Pathfinder game. Most of Smith's 4th edition hacks changed that type. There's only one thing that I hate in 13th Age, as far as I know. And that is the living dungeon. I just hate the idea of living dungeons. I don't know why, I just do. There's this idea in 13th Age that like the dungeons crawl, like not every dungeon, but like dungeons like literally like spontaneously emerge from like the core of the earth and like erupt on the surface. I thought that was so dumb. I still think that's dumb. It's totally a flavor thing. It has nothing to do with it. And like I said, all the times we've played 13th Age, we've always created our own rule, our own word, or our own worlds. And by the way, the core rule book. So again, this it is the Hero's Handbook, but now they have a GM guide. The monsters, again, it's 4th edition. So you've got minions. They're called mooks instead of minions, but they're basically the same thing. They're minions. You have archer monsters. You have troop monsters. You have blocker monsters. So you have monster-based rolls. The numbers do get as big as they got in 1st edition. Travis, I know, bitter man. I know, but just use Eberron. Use Earth Dawn. Use Kayers. You're fine. Yeah, the numbers still definitely go burr. What did I want to look up? Oh man, I don't remember. The rogue. That's what I wanted to look up. So I think that's a cool piece of art. So yeah, it's a really, really cool, okay, that's a ranged weapons. Got it. Yeah. So so this is what I want to look up. So you'll see that when a rogue uses a light or simple weapon, it does D8 damage. Now, if you remember, the barbarian or the fighter, they needed to use a heavy weapon or a martial weapon to do that much damage. But their point here is they say here, note that we're talking metaphorically in the first sentence above. rogues deal just as much damage in melee with daggers and short swords as fighters with long swords. They also deal a bit more damage than anyone else when they throw daggers and knives. So again, it's not simulationist. It's just a flavor win. Like rogues, yeah, they use daggers, but a dagger or a short sword or a wicked knife in a rogue's hand is just as dangerous as a long sword in a fighter's hand, which is awesome, So it's, again, this is one of those kind of gamist / narrativist tropes that sort of steps on some of the simulationism. So that's why I say this game is like 1/3 3rd edition, 1/3 4th edition, 1/3, indie game, darling, Fate, PBTA, Blades in the Dark. And I think that's really, 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 really cool. I also love some of the coolest, easiest theater of the mind combat I've ever done was done in 13th Age. The way that engaged and intercept and pop free works makes it so cool and so easy. It's also a game that works really well if you want to use miniatures, but you want to use it very vaguely. Like we're just using miniatures, so we have a vague idea of who's base to base with anybody else, But we don't worry about distance and movement. There's no movement speed. There's no whatever. What was the game that we said that said it could be run theater of the mind, and we were like, bullshit? Was it Draw Steel? What was the game that we just looked at that said it was like, well, this game could be theater of the mind? I think it was Draw Steel. And it was like, it suddenly started talking about, 25-foot movement and, oh, no. It was Storm. No, Draw Steel is definitely not theater of the mind. It was Stormlight. It was Stormlight. Yeah, it was Stormlight. It was Stormlight. Yeah, that was right. Yeah, it was definitely Stormlight. You guys are right. I thought it was Draw Steel, but no, Draw Steel was very unapologetically like, we're on a grid, bitch. You're on a grid. No, it was Stormlight. Stormlight was like, no, this game's totally theater of the mind. All right, so your speed is in 5-foot increments and yada, yada, yada. All the ranges are very precise. This game doesn't work that way. The range is like near, far, target 1d6 enemies in a nearby group. What's a nearby group? I don't know. Those monsters over there. Well, how many can I hit? You literally don't know until you cast the spell. Like, all right, I'm going to throw a fireball over there. And I'm like, cool, roll a d6. 5. Yep, you hit 5, right? It's like when you're engaged with somebody, the game mechanic is engaged. So it's very, 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 very simple. So here we go. It says most movement. Come on, you can do it. Most movement involves getting into a fight or getting out of one. The most important general rule is that a creature can use a move action to get to any nearby place, as long as there's no obstacles in the way and they don't get intercepted. A creature's position matters a lot, but its location does not. There's no grid. Position amounts to two things. Where is a creature and who is it engaged with in melee? Each creature has a general location on the battlefield. Its precise location doesn't matter. You could define your character's geographical location, such as I'm standing by the paladin, I'm standing behind the paladin, or I'm slinking around the wall while the rest of the party is in the corner. It's understood that combat is dynamic and fluid, and so a miniature can never represent where a character really is. So you can be nearby, far away, or, but also you might be like behind or next to, or, there might be terrain, So again, and by the way, it's funny that they actually say this because it says engaged. Characters are engaged when they are in melee combat with one of the foes. Usually you push the miniatures together to represent who's engaged with whom. Grognards call it basing your foe. And I totally called it basing up your foe. The point of this rule is to give the battlefield some texture, so characters just don't run all over the place, attacking whichever creature they prefer. Unengaged, that is, free creatures have no limits where they can move. They cannot use melee attacks, however, until they're engaged. So then there's this rule about disengaging. You can simply move away from the foes that engage you. but you draw an attack of opportunity from each of those enemies when you do. If you don't want to risk an opportunity attack, you can use your move action to attempt to disengage. If you try to disengage, roll a disengage check, and it's 11 or higher, so it's a 50-50 chance. You can disengage from more than one foe, but you get a -1 to your 50-50 chance for each foe beyond the first. If your check succeeds, you move away without drawing attacks of opportunity. You can use your move action normally, except you cannot re-engage the creatures from disengage. What was it saying about swirling melee? Instead of treating engagement as if your hero and the enemy that they're engaged with are frozen in place, think of engagement as a swirling melee in which combatants move constantly while staying engaged. So less like war game counters stuck in a hex and more like swashbucklers chasing each other around with ringing swords. We use miniatures. If you're engaged with one enemy, you can use a move action on your turn to slide around them, staying engaged the whole time, either to engage another enemy or two on the other side or just to get around them. As an optional rule, you might let someone who has scored an excellent melee hit drive their character back a bit. If it's a one-on-one fight, Rob lets a hit that staggers an opponent drive that opponent back a little bit without changing the engagement situation. For other situations, when an engaged hero or monster wants the location of the engagement to shift slightly, use a dicey move rule. You are going to see me do this all the time when we play Daggerheart. I'm basically going to run Daggerheart with miniatures because it's going to help when, we have people like with our actual play, and people can, it's not going to be full theater of the mind. We want people to have a better understanding of where things are. And I also think miniatures are cool. I like miniatures. I think miniatures are cool. In fact, they have a section here where they say, the position and movement theaters are streamlined enough for theater of the mind play. It's your jam. We happen to love miniatures. Minis help the GM and players agree on where everyone is. If you happen to be using pretty maps with grids or not, don't pay attention to the grids. That's the word I was looking for the aphantasia folks, right? We want to be able to provide something that people can look, right? So I have played a lot of this system, full theater of the mind, and it is by far and away the best theater of the mind system that still has some kind of tactical elements to it that I've ever played. Full stop. That being said, if you want to use miniatures, fine, but we're not using them for movement, location. We're not using them for grids. We're not using them for range there's no range rulers, right? It's just to put the minis down. But what I will be doing a lot, and you will see this a lot when I run Daggerheart, is like, it's almost like that Warhammer Old World thing where like a player might hit an enemy. Like we've got their 2 minis, they're engaged, they're based up. And the player hits the enemy, does a bunch of damage, scores a severe hit, right? And I might like take those 2 minis, the player and the monster, and move them back, right? And I might describe it as like the creature falls back under your massive blow. He rocks backwards, blood spurring from his cracked chest plate. And I'm just going to move the minis real quick. Move them over there. Why? Does it do anything? No, not really. But it makes the fight and the combat and the visual image way more dramatic. And it makes it seem way more interesting than this boring, static, locked-in, grid-based thing. The grid is a prison. Your mini is trapped in that fucking 5x5 cell. So, anyways. But yeah, it's a fantastic system. Almost everything in this system can be stolen or has been stolen by other games. It's totally awesome, and it's fantastic. Absolutely, Cal. I don't want to go off on a Daggerheart rant here, right? But as a GM, I can make a move whenever I want, and I might make a move that says, "Hey, I'm going to give the player an opportunity. Hey, you're driving this miniature guy back. Make a strength check and kick him off the edge." And the player's like, "Fuck yeah, goo!" And I'm like, "Sweet, awesome, mini deck, monster dead." Yes, the grid is prison. Free the theater of your mind, Neo. The grid. Reword Morpheus's. What is the grid. It is control, Neo. The grid is the battlefield beneath your dice, a cage of squares and inches that tells your miniature where it can and cannot be. It is a boundary between certainty and possibility. Free the theater of your mind, Neo. Right? And then all these D20 5e people are like, whoa. Oh, that's so good. Fantastic. Well, needless to say, I'm very happy with this. No, Fermi. I'm saying when you're ready, you won't have to. 13th Age is a fantastic game, and it looks like they have just updated it and they've made it better. I love the new icon relationship rules. I think it's much better, and I think it's going to be a lot easier for D20 folks to get grok with hey, you know what? Describe how your relationship with this icon or some blessing that they've given you or some sort of is letting you re-roll this skill check or re-roll this attack roll. That's going to help a lot. It's not on the GM to introduce every icon, that instead the player can choose to cash in that meta currency. Maybe the player doesn't want the risk of the icon complication. Maybe they don't have a good idea for it, and so it never comes up, and that's totally fine too. It puts the ball in the player's court, and I think that's really awesome, especially since the system is so optional. I like the changes that I saw to the fighter. I've always loved a lot of the systems. I like the smoothed out. I like the better math. The martial characters did kind of fall off a little bit at the end. I feel like they kind of fixed that a little bit. And they kept everything that's good. This is a revision. This is a cleaned up, better version of the game. Now that is actually from Tron Legacy. Time to get copyright struck here.
The Grid. A digital frontier.
A tabletop frontier.
I tried to picture clusters of information as they move through the computer. What did they look like?
All right, now I'm curious to see if that will get me copyright struck. We'll see. That I timed it. That was less than 5 seconds. What's happening? He's starting to believe. There's so many great Matrix quotes that you could do here. It's awesome. By the way, KC, I saw that you signed up for Dragon Tide. So awesome. Congrats. You have been sort of my my poster child for what I was trying to do with Dragon Tide, believe it or not. Like I always refer to this like metaphorical character who wants to be involved, but can't be involved. And I want to create an opportunity for them to be involved. And yeah, so I saw that you signed up. So I'm pretty excited about that. Platinus, this will probably get somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 views, which is, yeah, probably about $10. So if I do get demonetized, I will lose that. Also, the Tron Legacy soundtrack is incredible. Thoughts on Tron Ares? Is anybody actually excited for that show? It seems, or that movie? It seems like it's going to be crappy. All movies are pretty much crappy, but if you even know what Tron Legacy is. I don't know. I'm torn. Can they edit out Jared Leto? Yeah, I think Reznor is doing the new soundtrack. I mean, that's cool. At least it's going to have that, its own thing. But it does look kind of crappy to me. So, yep, exactly, Casey. That's exactly why we designed it the way that we did, right? So that a player like you can make a character with like an artisan or a scholar or a merchant, that your character can have a high charisma, intelligence, get 8 to 10 downtime actions a week, and spend those to do some cool actions in town. So very cool. All right. It's actually kind of all over the place. The original Tron is a classic, and I believe that Tron Legacy is a beautiful film. It is true that the CGI on Clue has kind of aged very poorly, which is fine. But it was a beautifully shot film, and it was an incredible soundtrack and incredible just cinematography. It was just beautifully shot. And Olivia Wilde in that movie was fantastically beautiful. But yes, the music and the visuals were incredibly on point. All right, fine. Sinners was amazing. I didn't see Sinners, but I tend to like Michael B. Jordan, so I'll give it the credit for that. Oh, and I like Haley Steinfeld, and she was in that film too. So, all right, we're kind of all over the place. Well, folks, that's going to do it for me. Again, very long-winded. I know we kind of talked about some other stuff. You know, there's so much to talk about. I'm sorry that these conventions have come up. We're going to do a stream from Vegas. Hopefully we won't get kicked out of the casino. Again, I'll be more cautious this time. Try not to sit down at any slot machines so I don't get kicked out. We'll try to avoid the bot spam. Hopefully no one will be offering me money to take off my pants again. We're going to be doing Rain post-Vegas. We're going to be doing a couple first looks. We're going to come back. This didn't get done because I ran out of time, but we're going to do a Commander Guardian look. We're going to do Rain. We're going to do Nimble. We've got 5e stuff. Or it's not 5e stuff. We've got Daggerheart stuff to talk about. We got Dungeon World 2 Alpha to talk about if the patrons are interested in that. For sure. For sure. I know that there's a group of patrons who really want to get Triangle Agency up there. We need the Warhammer Old World GM Guide. I'm very excited about that game as well. It looks like I showed up at the end. Look forward to Nimble coverage. Yeah. So I got in contact with the author, Vin. He sent me a free box set, free PDF. So very nice of him. So, you know, seems like a stand-up guy. So if someone's going to go through the trouble to send me their game, I feel like it deserves a first look. And yeah, I'm kind of interested, and I'm really interested. What about Shadow Deep though? Also on the list for sure. You know, Shadow Deep is fantastic. And I'm really excited. Again, you know, in terms of monetization, you know, Derek making a living off of being a full-time content creator and not talking about 5e. My best options right now are mostly Daggerheart and Shadow Dark. In terms of like creating a product or creating a Kickstarter, Shadow Dark or Daggerheart. You know, I still don't really know where Draw Steel is going to end up. It feels like Matt Colville is going out of his way, or I should say MCDM is going out of their way to try to like not promote the game. I kind of feel like Cosmere has fallen off a cliff. I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's go to the scoreboard, Mo. Let's go to the scoreboard, Mo. Drive through RPG. Now this is not. Okay. It's not. Now, of course, remember too. Like, I don't think you can buy Draw Steel yet, can you? But you know, Daggerheart core rulebook is still #1. Legends of the Mist came out. I want to talk about this game as well. And here's the GM guide that we want to talk about as well. This is just a Derek personal thing. I want to do this. Legend of the Five Rings, Children of the Five Winds. I also picked up Coriolis at PAX, and I always thought the original Coriolis was cool, but I never picked up Coriolis, the Third Frontier or whatever it was called. So now this is like sort of second edition, which is Coriolis the Great Dark. So I definitely want to take a look at that as well. I've heard that the 4th edition of Mutants and Masterminds is probably just going to break my heart. So Anyways, Cosmere is still technically ranking here at number 3, but I'm going to agree with KC and say I don't think I've seen a single video about Cosmere since launch week. I kind of agree with that, you know? I currently am not planning on going to Gamehole Con. I don't think I'm going to Gamehole Con. Because I'm going to go to PAX Unplugged, which is an end of November. The number of gamist narrative fantasy heartbreakers coming out lately is both awesome and lame. It does seem like there is a lot, which is also why I want to make sure that we cover stuff like Coriolis, right? The Great Dark, because I think it's important to have some games in here that isn't just, you know, whatever this romantasy game is. How does it look on Google Trend? Francois, most things on Google Trend don't even is Steven paying for all this travel? Some of it. I have to submit my expenses to him for PAX still. I haven't expended, but we'll see. I mean, it depends. Like at PAX West, I worked the booth, you know, all the days we were there. I set it up. I ran it, you know, even when he left the booth. When I was at like Gen Con, it was more of like a quid pro quo, right? Like I helped him out a little bit. I helped set up, I helped break down, and that was a real big thing. But, you know, he gave me a free room. For the most part, I was, you know, freed. I enjoyed the con. So I don't know what the situation is. I mean, if I'm spending the entire con working in the booth, then yes, I basically expect it to be compensated, you know, with my expenses. If Steve's helping me out and he's giving me a place to crash and a free badge, and I'm not really, you know, doing much for him except maybe helping him with the booth a little bit, then it's a different situation, you know? Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see with all of these games what ends up happening with, you know, with all of this stuff. So I don't know. You said Children of 5 Wings is actually really good. Well, that's good. I'm obviously very nervous because God knows this book was terrible. This is Writ of the Wilds. This was the Dragon book, the first book from Edge, and it was, I guess technically Fields of Victory was from Edge, but that book was fucking terrible. What did you end up tiering 13th Age 2nd edition so far? I mean, I got to give it an A. I love the first, I loved 13th Age 1st edition. Some of my favorite campaigns have occurred in that game system. And I've heard from many people who've played in those campaigns that that's been some of their favorite gaming. It fills a very important role. And I think the 2nd edition only got better. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of problems with it at all. Like, yeah, the numbers get kind of high and they go kind of burr, but the game itself basically says, don't fucking roll all these dice, right? Just get to the point where we're just doing, it's 100 damage, you know? Yeah, it's a little bit of burrage, but at least it's relatively quick burrage, you know? Oh, Cal, free room at Gen Con is absolutely huge. It was monstrous, and it was walkable, Cal. It was, you know, it was maybe 2.5 blocks away, so it was absolutely massive. So again, super thanks to the folks at Roll for Combat. You know, again, I help Steve out as much as I can, and I go on a show, and you know, I do try to help him out with some stuff behind the scenes. But you know, Steve is very good at, you know, keeping up his end of the quote unquote, you know, bargain. So I'll say that. It does a lot with very little. Yeah, right. You know, Vin, we always talk about like, right, complexity versus depth. And, you know, you have to pay more depth, or you have to pay more complexity to get more depth. But how much depth you get for how much complexity is how efficient your game is. And so, yeah, the game overall might not be that deep, but you're paying almost no complexity for it. And that is a very intriguing prospect for a game, you know? So, I wonder how many times Kevin Crawford is just going to make the same game and just put a different title on it before people realize that it's just the same game every time. Is this the third one or the fourth one? I think it's the fourth one. Mythic Bastion Land is still hanging on there. Just won a bunch of Ennies. Stars Without Numbers, the original, was awesome. The faction turns were awesome. GM Scott. I completely agree with you, 100%. So Ash's shtick is it's like cyberpunk, I think. I have no idea what this is. Vault 5E, Victoriana, Cubicle 7, Dungeons and Dragons. Anyways. Oh, it's post-apocalyptic. Sorry. That makes more sense because it's called Ashes. Sorry. Oh, it's Steampunk 5e. Neat but boring. That makes sense. Got it. Yeah, Worlds Without Number. Beowulf. I don't know if I have mine. Here, but it's called Worlds Without Number. Oh, here. No, that's not it. Who the hell knows? One of the all-time goats. One of the all-time goats. I don't think that game is actually made anymore. Because I think they lost the license to produce it. But this is an all-time banger. There is not a single person who isn't like a fantasy nerd here who wouldn't love the fucking random house creation in this book. Like the making your character in this game / making your character's houses. Well, you make a house, right, as a group, and you all belong to the same house, is fucking awesome. Yeah, they called it Sword Chronicle, but now it's generic, and I like it that it was Game of Thrones. Yeah, they change him up a little bit. I got all the PDFs for A Song of Ice and Fire in the Losing the License sale on Bone of Holding. That's awesome. I didn't actually hold it. I only vaguely recall the social mechanics from that game system. Cities Without Numbers is the cyberpunk one. Okay, so there are 4. There's Stars Without Number, World Without Number, Cities Without Number, Ashes Without Number. So there are 4 of them. So, anyways, I think there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of games out. I would still say, right now, obviously, this is the game this is the game I most want to play right now. Obviously, is the Heart. Of course, Daggerheart. But I'm not going to lie to you. This game looks fucking sweet. Actually, this tingled the right tingles on Derek for a grimy D20 grid-based PF2 map, map attack. It was Starfinder looked amazing. It looked really cool, and I have to admit that. I think this game looks amazing as well. I love the hex map, world exploration, the way the myths work, the different nights. I don't want to play like a 50 session campaign of that, but like 10 to 20 sessions or something like that would be amazing. Of course. I don't even remember where I put it. Of course, I want to play The One Ring. I've been talking about that. I mean, some of these books are just so they're just so gorgeous. The mechanics, I actually think the mechanics in this game are awesome. I love Lord of the Rings. And this would just be an opportunity for me to really, geek out in that way that people do when they're really into a world or a setting. And as much as I like the mechanic, this would also be about me really exploring. And again, I would probably want to set it in the first age or the second age. I believe we did multiple. I think we did multiple, or maybe we did 2. But we definitely did 1. Yeah, we did 1. Live stream number 276, 6 months ago. Well, especially because the game got a lot better, right? Because people were really confused because they thought I was using the wrong rules, but it turned out I was using the updated rules that weren't in the core rulebook because the PDF, they made an errated version that apparently made the combat a lot more interesting because I thought the combat looked really interesting and everyone was like, no, the combat's shitty. And then I'm doing something and somebody goes, what are you doing, Derek? And I'm like, I don't know, I'm reading the rule in the PDF. And everyone goes, that's not the rule. And I go, yeah, it is. And then we looked and we found that there was a massive errata and it changed the entire way that the combat worked. So One Ring, Daggerheart, One Ring, Mythic Bastionland, Starfinder. Did I see something here? Holy shit. Vin, you're playing Starfinder next? That's sick. That's fantastic. I think the game system looks great. The class design looks sweet. Daggerheart win. Well, you know, the studio set is set up. I have to, you know, run cable and stuff to the cameras. It's just been pointless because I've only been home for like 4 or 5 days and then I have to leave to go to another convention. So the summer has been completely a disaster for me in terms of like being home. I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. And when I get back from Vegas, I have nothing for 10 weeks. So we are going to launch the actual play in that time. And again, we're not 100% sure how the structure of the game is going to be. We have no idea how popular it's going to be, but I'm hoping it could be really, really great. And I just think it's a fun game. And I don't know. Now that it's on, well, Pivot, after seeing the success of Dragonbane, we are supposed, if the studio is up and we get players who are interested in playing, we are going to try to run a Call of Cthulhu one-shot for Halloween this year. Yes. From the one that Boothby bought 2 years ago. But after seeing the interest and the explosive interest that we have had in Dragontide, which is our Dragonbane mega game. Again, we expected to get 20 players. We have 60 people sign up. We've had a lot of people sign up. I mentioned before that the two most financial aspects for me to make money are probably Daggerheart and Shadow Dark. And for Shadow Dark, it really just means making a mega dungeon, you know, trying to convince people that it's a cool thing and doing a Kickstarter and actually, you know, doing that. That's the way I would make money off of that. For Daggerheart, you know, I want to do the Duality Digest still. You know, again, I feel a little bit. I don't really want to start making stuff for Daggerheart until I've playing Daggerheart because it does feel like it's kind of silly for me to be making. I mean, granted, that hasn't stopped hundreds of people who have posted a bunch of stuff out there, and I'm like, there's no way any of you play tested any of this stuff that are selling it on drive-thru or whatever. But I do think like a Dagger Reaches could be, you know, very popular. Copperblint, it could absolutely be that. Absolutely. Force, we rolled it here live on the channel or on the stream. So that's really cool. The arrow setting would be sweet. But believe it or not, I've also been in a kind of traveler mood. You know, all these like super hardcore like feelings and narrative games and stuff like that. It's like sometimes I'm like, damn, I just kind of want, you know, I want some gear porn. I want a spaceship. I want to worry about my fuel ratios. I want to have a spreadsheets in space. To be clear, Cal, the money side of Shadow Dark is trying to, you know, do a Kickstarter. Because again, like, you know, Stephen Glicker, Roll for Combat, just did a Kickstarter for 3 Shadow Dark bestiaries, and it did like $250,000. Obviously, you know, Shadow Dark, their original Kickstarter, KOLC did like 1.2 million, and then she did the Western Reaches, which did over $2 million. Obviously, I'm sure, you know, Roll for Combat was hoping that they were going to do, I don't know, maybe $1 million or something like that. So I'm sure they want to do more. Here's the thing. I could do a third of that and be fucking stoked, right? You know, if I did a Kickstarter for $50,000 or $60,000, I'm like, okay, you know, that basically allows me to go a whole year with the money from the Patreon and tips, and I still have to be doing streams and stuff, of course. But I mean, I'm not running a business here, you know. I'm just me, you know. So I don't need to make $1 million Kickstarter. I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. What am I gonna do? Financially support myself? Come on. Think about how many lights I could buy. Yeah, that sounds about right for sure. That's true. I would get a house. I'd make a studio. I mean, yeah, that is all true, Cal. That is 100% true. That these days, that is 100% true. I already own all the camera cables, you know. So yeah, there's a lot of games, you know, that I want to play, and I just need to figure out a way. Like in a perfect world, I would just play games with my patrons all day. I'd play games with my friends, you know. We'd have our Friday night game at Smith's, and I'd have the guys over to play, you know, Daggerheart or some actual play or whatever here. We'd have the cameras on. And then I would, you know, I'd run games for the patrons, you know, but running games for the patrons doesn't, you know, it's a nice perk, and we try to give people an advantage to do that. And I love doing it, but it's not like enough to like put me into like super financial viability. So if I stopped making streams so I could just play games with a handful of patrons, I think some people would get upset, even though that would be the most fun. Cause I'd be like, okay, I'm starting a One Ring game. The problem is, absolutely, Beowulf. I mean, it's a completely different tangent. But one of the things that all these other content creators are all about, like, they're like, dude, like, you know, you have what every Kickstarter person dreams of. You have a loyal fan base. You know, you have people who love you. You have people who love your ideas and your stuff, and you have a cool community, and you know that alone gives you a great base to build off of for sure. I wouldn't expect every patron to buy one. You know, some people might buy it even if they have no intention of using it, just because it's, you know, the first Night's the Last Call product. But yeah, more or less that logic. You know, if I got a couple percentage points from my subscribers and I got a good percentage of points of my patrons, I said some people love my ideas. Get it right. Well, Shadram. That is fair. The problem is, there's two problems with that, Shadram. Number one is, you know, I put my Torchbearer games up. I mean, those got like 800 views. Number two, Shadram, is doing it live. Like recording a game that the patrons are in and that they all agree to be recorded in is a lot different than doing it live. When you're doing it live, it puts a lot of pressure on people. You know, my KOLC people are paid, and so they're like kind of used to that. I don't think I'd want to do that to anybody who's a patron. So I'm really hesitant to stream them like that. You know. Copper, there's not really that much of a benefit. I mean, my Patreon is not based around any sort of like, you know, oh, if you should buy at this level to get more. It's not a quid pro quo. It's just there are options for people who want to support me at a higher level. In fact, to be honest with you, almost everything that exists in my system, my financial ecosystem, exists because my patrons bitched at me to create it. Okay? Literally, originally, the highest tier was $25. And then Ben, the moderator Ben, who at the time was extremely engaged with everything that we were doing here and was really big in PF2, he said, Derek, I can't catch all of your streams. Can you just make a high dollar tier so that I can stop having to come into all of your streams and tip? And that way I can just, you know, give you $100. The reason our highest tier is $100 is literally because Ben said that's what it should be, and I should just make it for him. So I did. The reason this channel has a YouTube membership option when I would much rather you join the Patreon. You get way more benefits from joining the Patreon. Why is there a YouTube membership option here? Because of Vin. Because of self-confessed cynic. Because he was like, dude, you should totally do it. And I was like, it's stupid. It doesn't do anything. And he said, yeah, you should have both. And I go, why? And he goes, because we could get sick emojis. Why do I have a Twitch channel? Why do I have a Twitch channel? Because my patrons have been bitching at me for like 2 years to make a Twitch channel. Vin among them. So almost everything that I've created has been done for this. Now, I created higher tiers. So to answer your question, why higher tiers? Well, you get tickets. And at the highest tiers, Exalted and Legend, you get golden tickets. And golden tickets let you into exclusive events like Games with Bob or Games with Derek. Things that are quite literally unavailable because I can't be everywhere, right? I can't play a game with all 500 patrons, unfortunately. So I have to make some sort of limit, which is why there's an upper limit. I only allow so many Legends and I only allow so many Exalteds, because if I made it unlimited, it kind of defeats the purpose. It's like a fast pass. If everybody can buy a fast pass, it doesn't do shit. Here's the problem. The problem is that I have that. It's not a problem, but I'm saying, to your point, why people upgrade. So I have the Exalted. I have the legendary status. These people get tons of tickets. And you know what most of them do with them? Nothing. Most of them do nothing. Most of them haven't even bought a shirt with it, even though that's basically the main purpose of the tickets. It's one of the reasons I've never made more shirts. Because I didn't even sell out of the first. I still have these shirts, which I printed like 3 years ago. And I only printed like 100 shirts. And I still haven't. See, self-confessed cynic says, I feel so seen. This man has been a hero since day one of the Patreon. He has, I don't know, thousands of tickets. And he has never bought one. You can't buy a shirt. The only way you can get a shirt is with tickets, because I don't sell anything. Because if I sell things, you son of a bitch. This is what I'm talking about. Thanks, Ken. Welcome to the adventure, Ken. Hell, even this adventurer thing was originally designed as a way for you to like specific. Thanks, Ken. I really appreciate you. I mean, look, it all adds up. I mean, there's a reason why, I'm not homeless yet. So, well, we're running out. I mean, I don't know if I can't recall if you lost weight or not, Josh, but we're running out. I think I'm down to like my last maybe 10 or 20. So now the only shirts I make are the ones for Origins every year, right? We do a special Origin shirt for people who go to Origins. They are comfortable shirts, though. I honestly like 80% of the shirts I wear is just my Knights of Last Call merch that I made. It's a black T-shirt. Like it worked. It's nice. It's good cotton. It's nice. That's somewhat true. That is somewhat true. I mean, Well, no, Shadram. Now I need it. So now I'm much more. I mean, I was always appreciative of it, Shadram. But I mean, like, obviously, I'm trying to make a job out of it. So it's. I am more thankful to all of you than I could ever possibly describe. It is incredible. It's amazing. It's so weird when people ask me what I do, and I go, I guess I'm a YouTuber. Yeah, right. That did change. So, all right, folks, I'm gonna drop off. Because it's 11:30 and I want to make it to Cane's before they close because I'm hungry as shit. I am leaving for Vegas tomorrow morning. I'm going to be in Vegas till late Monday night. Well, I'm flying home Monday. I'm going to be here. We're going to do a stream. I'm going to bring my phone and bring my little tripod and we'll have ourselves a fun little stream from Vegas and shoot the shit and talk about games. And again, I don't know what we're going to do. I'd love to bring all these games to you folks, and I'd love to all these do other things. Is the Shadow Dark Bestiary in print yet? Hell no, Beowulf. It just ended, Shadram, it is going to be a much reduced trip, obviously. I mean, again, people have been really awesome and supportive. I had somebody buy me a dinner and stuff like that. But, normally you know, I'm fairly liberal with what I spend. I imagine I'm going to basically be there. I'm going to get there late tomorrow, but I'm going to be there basically all day Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm going to spend probably a good 2 of those days poolside, you know, enjoying the weather. And, you know, Vegas in September is gorgeous. It's like 90, it's like 88 degrees, low humidity. By the pool, it's perfect. It's perfect weather. So, you know, I'm going to enjoy the pool. I'm going to bring some books. I'm going to finish this Conan book I'm reading. I might bring a couple RPG books and just read them by the poolside, jot down ideas and about future ideas for the channel and future games. And then at some point talk to you guys. And yeah, I'll probably lose, you know, a couple $100 here and there on the casino. So, all right. Well, that is going to do it for me. Thank you so much to Ken, who just signed up for the adventure. Thank you to Cal for the tip, GM Scott for the tip, Edward for the tip. I really appreciate that. Thank you to everybody who re-upped their membership. Thank you to Boothby for the $10 super shout out to James for super chatting on their first live stream. So that's awesome. They just found the channel. So welcome, James Q. And then big thanks to Klopster Roll and Thaddeus, who crushed our super chat and live stream goals right off the rip. Thank you, gentlemen, or people. I don't actually know your genders. But thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. That was very generous of you, and I'm really appreciative. What is the best Conan novel I would recommend starting with? Any of the ones by Robert Jordan. So that's the guy who wrote Wheel of Time. Now, he did do 2 novels, the novelizations of the movies. I wouldn't read those. I mean, they're fine, but you can. My favorite, I'm reading about, is Conan the Triumphant is excellent. Conan the Unconquered is awesome. Conan the Defender is awesome. Conan the Victorious is awesome. All 4 of the Conan the Magnificent, Triumphant, Unconquered, Defender, Victorious, and Invincible. They're all by Robert Jordan. They're incredible. They're amazing. He also did Conan the Destroyer, which is the one. It's basically the novelization of the movie. Yeah, I could put it there. Beowulf. So Robert Jordan is the GOAT. Wheel of Time, Faux Life. I need to reread that novel series at some point. I've only read it once, I will admit. Yeah. No, that's not true. I've read Eye of the World, Great Hunt, and Dragon Reborn probably like 3 times each. I may have read Shadows Rising twice. I think I've only read Fires of Heaven and Onward once. So there is that. But at some point I need to reread. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys in Vegas. Will be a lot of fun. I do have a couple things I need to finish before I head off. So I'm going to post some Daggerheart videos, which are going to launch while I'm there. So these are the clip videos that I made during that Daggerheart GM tip a couple, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So those are going to be running while I'm gone. I have some Dragontide stuff I need to post before I leave. And I got to pack. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next time in Vegas on Knights of Last Call. Peace.